Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Blackout here with the Man Hour. Be sure to over to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, check out the forums. We got the forums over there. They're live, raw, and uncut. So if you feel like talking some shit, like my man Jim Powell, jump over there and talk some shit because we know what is good over there. But guys, this is Man Hour NFL Talk. We're live every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time, right here at Facebook.com and of course YouTube.com. But if you like the podcast form, shortly after the show, about 4:00 p.m., 4:30 p.m. East Coast time, bada bing, bada boom, the podcast form is out there on Spotify, iTunes, and of course iHeartRadio. We do have clips of the show as well, uploaded every 3 hours to our Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok pages respectively. But with that being said, we got to welcome some people into the chat. We have to welcome the CEO of the Pigskin Pundits, Mr. Jim Powell, to the chat. He says, our first 5 games of our season, this is the only loss that I am predicting. If you guys want to know something, Jim Powell is a Raiders fan, and they think the Raiders are going to go 16-1. Their only loss to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll talk about it. Speaking of Pigskin Pundits, my man John Peebles is in the chat as well. He is a Pigskin Pundit. He is a CFO. He says, what up, though? What it is, John. What it is. What up? And then we got some shit talkers. We got some people that like to talk the shit, and that is Jim Powell. He says, nobody told me it was ugly hat day. Listen, the powder blue Kansas City Royals hat are by far the most superior hat out there, hands down. Philly tries to copy us with the powder blues, and there's some other teams out there that have the powder blue hats, but Kansas City is the original powder blue. I don't care what the facts say. Hands down, the powder blue hats from the Kansas City Chiefs, or the Kansas City Royals are the best. Best hands down. Powder blue with the royal blue. Oh, baby, give me some powder blue. We got my man Ant in the chat as well. He says, what up, y'all? What's up, Ant? It has been a long time coming. It's a long time coming. We've been boosting up your Baltimore Ravens for a long time. But it is what it is. And John says, I'm not here talking shit about the Royals because that's where Bo played. That's right. That is where Bo played. Jim Powell says, nothing more impressive than a pirate hat. Black and gold, I guess. Cool if you're into that black and gold thing. But guys, there's been something on my mind. And now, Mike's thoughts. I need to get a little overlay for that. We'll work on that maybe tomorrow. But if you guys are a Pigskin Pundit over here at Facebook.com/manhour, you have already kind of heard this rant this morning. You have already kind of heard this rant, and it's kind of like, right? So I want to start off by premises that I am glad that Good Morning Football is back. I am not a huge fan of the debate show TVs, the hollering and screaming. I do tune into it from time to time, but I do normally watch Good Morning Football. Today was their epic return, 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and they had a new host. Yeah, they had the same old Jamie, Peter, and the other guy, right? But I believe it's Devin McCourty. He is no longer there. He did not want to make the move out to LA. They inserted some other guy that I really don't know. He's a very African name. He is a black individual. Earlier in the show, very, very early, they were basically putting out terms that they no longer want to use in 2024 on the show. People were throwing out X Factor and sus, and Peter Schrager said, fire. I no longer want to use the term fire because he has a 12-year-old son, and apparently 12-year-olds now say the word slap. Like, that slaps, yo. That slaps. No more fire. It slaps. And the black guy, I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. Good. He instantly tuned me off. Because he's like, slap. I didn't know people like you talked like that. And everybody kind of looked at him kind of weird, like, what the F are you talking about, man? And then Peter, kind of joked it off, said, pretty fly for a white guy, right? He's like, oh, yeah, the white guy. This man's first show on Good Morning Football, you've been off for 4 months, you're going to race bait within the first 10 minutes of the segment? What is going on? What is going on? At the minute he said, I'm like, get that crap out of here, and I instantly tuned off. And then I jumped on the pigskin pundits, and I wanted to say this guy for everybody to hear. There will never be any race baiting here on Man Hour Live. There will never be any race card, black or white thing. All that stuff is completely stupid, and it pisses me off to the core. Pisses me off to the core. But I just want to say, guys, this will never be like that. Never be like that. That's my thoughts. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. It is time to get into some Baltimore Ravens talk. We get let go my ego. He says, let's effing go. Chiefs Kingdom 3-peat coming, baby. Listen, as a Chiefs fan, right there's Chiefs Kingdom fly high. I got the new flag coming from my daddy out in Kansas City. Went to the old Mickey D's and got me one the other day. I got the new one coming. There's a 3 feet spot right here. Right here. Next to good old, the GOAT of all time, Peyton Manning, there's a 3-peat flag going right there. Right there. Woke football station. No, not here. Not here. Not here, not ever, but it is what it is. Sometimes people got to do what they got to do, right? But today, guys, on this week, July 29th, the last week of July, good Lord, guys, football starts Thursday, August 1st. Are you guys ready for that? Let's go. But we have made our trek around the NFL. There's only 3 divisions left for us to cover. We got the AFC North, we got the NFC West, and the NFC South. But today, we got to talk about arguably the toughest division in football. Today, we are going to talk about arguably the best team in that division, and that is the one and only Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens, guys, have been on this roller coaster of a ride for the last couple years, ever since drafting Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson has pretty much catapulted them to the moon and having grand old things. Lamar Jackson got his dollar bills, yo, last season. Of course, he was at the highest paid quarterback at that particular time, but now Tua got paid, Jordan Love got paid. There's been a lot of other people that got paid. Pretty soon Dak Prescott's going to get paid. But before we move on to the NFL season of the Baltimore Ravens, we have to talk about what has been going on with the man, the myth, the legend, Lamar Jackson. We have to talk about how Lamar Jackson has had camp struggles the last few days, the last few weeks. Actually, camp started for them late or early last week. I want to preface this by saying that Lamar Jackson was sick. I don't want to get any twisted. I don't want you guys to get any thoughts in your mind. Lamar Jackson was sick. And being sick last week myself, playing under the weather, coaching under the weather, like you are very, very foggy. But Saturday was full pads for the Baltimore Ravens. Saturday, the Baltimore Ravens were out there and was in full pads. Lamar Jackson had an hour practice on Wednesday before he called it quits. They did not practice Thursday. Friday was an off day. Saturday, bada bing, bada boom, they're back at camp and they're back at it. Lamar Jackson, guys, looked very, very bad this particular practice. He looked very, very bad this particular practice. He overthrew Justice Hill a couple times, did hit Justice Hill in the hands one time on an out route. It was a low pass, should have been caught, dropped it. Overthrew Zay Flowers a couple times, underthrew Rashad Bateman, threw behind him. Lamar Jackson just looked like a below average quarterback the last few days at camp. And I jumped on some Baltimore Ravens boards trying to look for some reasoning, some thought processes of why Lamar Jackson was playing the way he's playing. Obviously, he is sick, should be getting better by now. Saturday, he should have been, let's say, 80%. Look, guys, Lamar Jackson looked terrible. And I understand he was sick. I get it. I understand that. But at the same time, at some point you have to step up and be a man, right? You have to step up and battle through that sickness. You have to some point, or not even show it to practice. Just get IVs, get what you need, and get better. But guys, the Baltimore Ravens flows through Lamar Jackson. The whole Baltimore Ravens offense flows through Lamar Jackson. That offense, when Lamar Jackson was not in there with the starters, looked like dog poo-poo. Looked like a little dog poo-poo. So I got to ask the question. Lamar Jackson does have history of getting injured, missing a couple games, right? I'm not saying he's injury prone by like Joe Burrow is. Joe Burrow seems to get hurt every year, but Lamar Jackson did play all of last season. I think he played all the year before that. Or no, he didn't play all the year, but last year was his first full season, and I think his whole career, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. But if Lamar Jackson were to miss any part of this time, the Ravens are going to struggle. The Ravens are going to struggle. And Ant's like, we talking about practice? We're not talking about games, but we talking about practice? We are talking about practice, Ant. And I do understand that this is practice. I do understand this is the 6th day of training camp for the Baltimore Ravens. I do understand they 6 weeks before they play the Kansas City Chiefs. But at what point do Baltimore Ravens fans start panicking? At what point does the media start to panic? At what point do you people that put Lamar Jackson up on this pedestal that he is God's greatest gift, do you guys start to panic? It is 6 weeks, but if this sickness lingers on into next week, he's still not 100% come the following week. Week 3, week 4 of training camp, right? Preseason games start. Things start moving quicker, right? Not boom, 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 but boom, boom, right? You got games to prepare for. You got injuries to heal like heal up. At what point do you start to panic and be like, oh shit, Lamar, we need you 100%. This being sick excuse is got to go. This being rusty excuse is got to go. Let me know, guys. At what point do you start to panic? It's got to be soon, right? It's got to be soon. Got to be soon. Nash Production says, what's your prediction for the Hall of Fame game? My predictions are it's going to be very, very boring. We will talk about the Hall of Fame game in a little bit. We will talk about it a little bit. John's in the chat. He says Ravens are going to struggle anyways. And you see, John, that's where I think you're wrong. That is where I think you're wrong, because I do think the Baltimore Ravens have one of the best defenses in the NFL. They for sure have a top 2 defense in the AFC North, and everybody in the AFC North has a damn good defense. It's probably the Steelers and then the Ravens as far as defensive goes. The Ravens could probably get carried by their defense for 12, 13 games. With that being said, John says Ravens won't make the playoffs if Lamar goes down. And Ant says, now that's something I can agree with. And I'm going to take it one step further. If Lamar Jackson is not 100% come week 1, right? Still has that rust on him. Still could be, the endurance isn't up because he hasn't had the 2 weeks of practice that everybody else has had, right? Endurance is a real thing. There's a reason why all these high school kids cramp on Friday nights the first week of the season. College kids do the same thing. It's all about endurance. It's all about getting your body right. And if Lamar Jackson's body isn't right, it's going to take him a little bit longer to get ready. And when we look at the Ravens schedule, the first 6 weeks, it's tough, baby. It's tough. You play the Kansas City Chiefs. You play the or the Las Vegas Raiders. You play the Dallas Cowboys, the Buffalo Bills, the Cincinnati Bengals, a sneaky good Commanders team, a Buccaneers team, and a Browns team. That's tough, baby. Slow it down. John says they lost some key players on defense. You are correct. You are correct, but they also added a couple of key pieces in Simpson. I do like their linebacker by the name of Simpson. He has stepped up and kind of filled that Patrick Queen role per se. Now, when we talk about defense, when we talk about the Baltimore Ravens defense, their defense so far this training camp has looked locked down. So far in training camp, that Baltimore's defense has looked by far the best defense in the NFL. The secondary, hands down right now, has been looking the best in training camp. But that's versus a third-string quarterback. But that is without shoulder pads. But that is with really a offense that could really tear you up. I do like the Baltimore Ravens offense with Lamar Jackson in there and Derrick Henry and Zay Flowers. But you take Lamar Jackson out, that offense looks shitty. The Baltimore Ravens defense is going to be a really, really good defense. The Baltimore Ravens defense is going to be easily a top 5 or top 10, if not top 5 defense. The biggest question mark for the Baltimore Ravens defense this season is Kyle Hamilton going to step up, and I believe he was injured late last season. No, that was Humphreys, right? Can they come back from their injuries? Can they really come back and be the players that they were before their injuries? That is the biggest question on the Baltimore Ravens side of the ball, right? Also, their pass rusher, is it Owu, right? He tore his ACL. He has been practicing full tilt in practice, no restrictions. But when game time comes, is he going to be the man, the myth, the legend? The biggest question on the Baltimore Ravens defense right now is Brandon Stephens. He got picked on a little bit last year. So far in training camp, the film that I saw, he's been getting picked on a little bit. Now he's putting his hand on the ball. He's not backing down from the fight. He is a dog when the ball is in the air, but he's going to get beat a lot. But he's going to make some boneheaded mistakes. But he's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I do like the Baltimore Ravens defense. They did lose some key players. John is right. We will talk about that. Coach Billy's in the chat says, Fat Trick Mahomes the frog. Patrick Mahomes the frog is going to whoop the Ravens' ass week 1. We will talk about it. We will talk about that very, very soon. Very, very soon coming up. Ant says, if it was an injury to the body, then I'd be concerned. But if he's just sick, then he'll be okay. I believe that our offense will struggle a little bit through the first 3 or 4 games. He's talking about Lamar Jackson. So when Ant is talking about Lamar Jackson, he's like, I'm not worried about that. He's sick. But Ant, let me take it one step further. I'm sure you played football in high school or junior high, maybe some college, right? When you are sick and you try to practice like Lamar Jackson is doing, granted he only practiced for an hour on Wednesday. On Saturday, he practiced for a little bit longer, looked like dog poo-poo. But that just sets your body back even further. When you are sick, all this is for all guys. When I'm sick, I am dying, right? I can have allergies, and I'm going to be in bed like, honey, I'm dying. Oh, right? We are the biggest babies out there. Let's just be flat out honest. When men are sick, we are the biggest babies out there. But we won't go to the doctor. We won't take any ibuprofen. We won't take an allergy pill. We won't drink water. We won't eat. We'll just sit there on the couch, covered up, watching TV, complaining all day. Lamar Jackson's probably the same way. He's a man. He's probably on his couch right now complaining to his baby mama, I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick. Not drinking fluids, not eating food, not taking care of his body, getting ready for the NFL season. With that being said, when you don't take care of your body, getting ready for the NFL season, drinking those fluids, doing proper workouts, this could lead into some type of injury. This could lead into a strained hamstring, right? You're trying to go 100% when your body says, you know what? We're not 100%. Ouch, right? Ow, my hammy. Oh, shit, my quad, right? Throwing too many balls. Oh, man, my shoulder's a little shorter. Those lingering injuries could linger on to some major injuries. That is the biggest concern that I have with Lamar Jackson right now. Not that he's sick. We all get sick. We're all babies about it. Whatever, right? But that sickness can lead into dehydration. It could lead into a cramp. That could lead you to try to push through the cramp because you leads you lack of eating. Now that cramp becomes a strained hammy. Now that strained hammy becomes a back pain, right? It's a domino effect. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not wishing any will on him whatsoever. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I'm not wishing any will on him at all. But it could happen. It could happen. We also got Eddie Jackson. Forgot about Eddie Jackson. Forgot about that dog, Eddie Jackson. He is going to be a good free safety. He'll probably, honestly, the secondary of the Baltimore Ravens guys, bar none, superior, right? We talked about the Colts last week, how their starters are up here and their secondary is like way down here. The Baltimore Ravens are starters, secondary, third string, all boom, 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 right? Their third stringers could be starters on any other team. They have a lot of depth in the secondary, and as Ravens fans, you guys are going to need it. Everybody needs depth. I'm not saying just you guys in general, but teams in general need depth in the secondary because when somebody goes down, you can't have that big drop-off. Because when you have that big drop-off, teams like the Buffalo Bills, teams like the Kansas City Chiefs, hell, teams like the Houston Texans are going to expose that weakness. Eddie Jackson is a phenomenal player. The whole secondary is phenomenal. And who is the Baltimore secondary coach? I have no idea. I have no idea who the secondary coach is. But he's doing something right. They're getting all the right players and all the right pieces in the right spots. They doing something right. Let's just be flat out honest. Cerebral gas, wherever the F that is. Sounds like a lot of KC fans, wimps. Listen, John. Every man out there, speaking for every man out there, when we're sick, we're dying. Okay? When we're sick, we dying. We dying. But speaking of linemen, John says that tackle they have is pretty good if he gets jumped up and pass block and feedable. The Baltimore Ravens offensive linemen will have 3 new starters this season. 3 new starters for the Baltimore Ravens offensive line. Now, if you are a pigskin pundit, we talked about this on Sunday. When I was prepping for this show, we were going through the list of the offensive of line starters. I had no idea that they lost 3, right? I'm like, oh, shit. This might affect some of my picks moving forward. I mean, I already had the picks, but, the finalized pick coming up in 2 weeks here might change that a little bit. We're looking at the offensive lineman, Roger Rosengardner. Roger Rosengardner. He was a second-round draft pick from the University of Washington. Played with Michael Penix Jr. on that playoff run team. And at first glance, this guy was a really, really good player. We were watching his highlight tape, guys, if you were a pigskin pundit. We were watching his highlight tape. We were watching it. First couple minutes, man, he was a beast. Great drop step, moving the defensive end out. But then, once we got later in highlight tape, I want to emphasize highlight tape, Number 9 from Michigan State. I believe it was Jalen somebody, sophomore. He's going to be a beast. Going to have to look up his name again in a couple years when he's in the league. He is. This Rosengardner guy started to get a little sloppy. This number 9 for Michigan State guy tried to do a little hip flip on him, right? Wasn't successful, but got the lineman up on 1 foot, and he was hanging on for dear life. But people like T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Hendrickson, they might make chopped liver of this guy. So, guys, one of the biggest concerns if I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan going into the 2024 NFL season is your offensive line. Obviously, you still got Stanley there. Stanley is a staple of your offensive line. If he's healthy, he is by far one of the best guys out there, right? Linderbaum, pretty good. But the rest of the guys out there, watch out. If the Baltimore Ravens offensive line can come together and look like a damn good offensive line that they could potentially be. Look out. James Frank is in the chat. He says Cleveland's secondary is better. So on the surface, Cleveland's secondary might look better. Their starters versus Baltimore Ravens starters could be a 1A, 1B. I will give you that. Let's say Cleveland is a 1A and Baltimore Ravens are second. But then you add the depth factor in, James. If who was the safety for the Browns that they picked up from the Kansas City Chiefs? Was it Ward? I believe it was Ward. Let me correct myself. I've been looking at a lot of names lately. I want to get the name correct. I don't want you guys to get twisted. Thornhill. I'm sorry. Thornhill and Ward. I guess Ward is on there, but Ward wasn't from the Chiefs. But once you go past Warren and Thornhill and anybody else on the starter, the backups in Cleveland are not superior than the Baltimore Ravens secondary or second stringers. Look at third stringers. Ravens by far better than the Cleveland Browns third stringers. So starters could be neck and neck, right? Where the Baltimore Ravens surpass everybody in the secondary class is the second stringers and the third stringers because there's no fall off. Secondary is just as good as the starters. Third stringers are just as good as the second stringers, which is just as good as the starters. ED is what it is. Juan Thornhill. Thank you for that. Thank you. I choose Juan. Okay. You can choose Juan. You can choose a Newsome the second. But after that, who do you got, baby? Who do you got? I do know who they got week 1, though. Week one. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Baltimore Ravens do some battle. Reigning 2-time Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs at home taking on the Baltimore Ravens in this week 1 matchup. Guys, this is a very anticipated week 1 matchup. Not because of it's the reigning Super Bowl champions. Not because it's Lamar Jackson reigning MVP. It is not because of the first game of the season. It is because of the fact of how last year's AFC Championship game ended last season. Last season, the Baltimore Ravens defense was injured going into Kansas City. Or going into the AFC Championship game. They're at home, but they're playing Kansas City. Humphreys did not play the previous week. Was trying to go this in the AFC Championship versus the Kansas City Chiefs, and he just wasn't cutting it. Right? Wasn't cutting it. Back and forth, right? Back and forth. Running back goes down again. Whatever, right? Baltimore Ravens want this rematch. The Baltimore Ravens don't only want this rematch. They want to show this rematch that last year was a fluke. They want to come out and be like, you know what? We are the best team in the AFC. We are them. We are going to do this. We're going to do that. Look out for us. But it's all about me, right? And the Kansas City Chiefs are going to whoop that ass week number 1. This is not me speaking as a Chiefs fan. This is me talking like I've been watching camp. I've been watching film. I watched a lot of games. The Baltimore Ravens early in the season going to be rough. First 6-7 weeks of the season, guys, it would not shock me one bit if the Baltimore Ravens do go 500. It would not shock me one bit if they are just a very struggling ish team, right? The Kansas City Chiefs get the week 1 win over the Baltimore Ravens, and the Baltimore Ravens open their eyes a little bit. Open their eyes a little bit and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe we are not as good as we thought we were. Maybe, just maybe, we need to go back to the drawing board. Maybe, just maybe, we need to take this 10 days off, get our minds right, throw that week 1 game out. Okay, we lost, whatever. It's time to get back to work. John thinks the Ravens are going to spank the Chiefs. James Frank says, not a battle. Kansas City Chiefs spank them. John People says, not week 1. Detroit beat them in Arrowhead. They start slow. See, John? Raiders fans and Lions fans, which you are both of, you live off 2 weeks from last season. Week number 1 and Christmas Day, week 15. Congratulations. Chiefs win week 1 over the Ravens. Week number 2, Ravens are back at home. Back at home, fresh off licking their wounds, realizing that, hey, we are not the cream of the crop quite yet. We're pretty good. We are pretty good, but we're not the cream of the crop quite yet, baby. Las Vegas Raiders come into town, and the Baltimore Ravens wax that ass. Wax that ass. Raiders are going to be a lot of cocky and a lot of arrogant most of the season. Their fans already are. Their players already are. Putting puppets on their hand and talking or whatever. Yes, AP stopped that or whatever, but regardless. Baltimore Ravens win week 2. Not even close. Not even close. Baltimore Ravens are looking pretty good right now. Looking pretty good. Looking on top of things, and John thinks the same. Week number 3. Going to Dallas to take on the Dallas Cowboys. This is one thing positive about the Baltimore Ravens, guys. This is the one thing good about the Baltimore Ravens. When they play top NFC teams, the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Lions, the 49ers, they step up. They step up and they beat the crap out of the NFC teams, the top NFC teams. Now, they can't do that for a lot of the AFC teams, but the NFC, if the Baltimore Ravens were in the NFC, they would be in the Super Bowl year after year after year. And this year, I think, continues that trend. Dallas Cowboys will be a top team in the NFC. The Dallas Cowboys will win the NFC East. The Dallas Cowboys will win a playoff game or 2, but they will not win week 3 game. The Baltimore Ravens come into AT&T Stadium and they beat the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think it's going to be an epic beatdown like they did versus the Las Vegas Raiders, but I do think the Ravens beat the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what is in the air, what is in the juice, but Baltimore Ravens beat top NFC teams week after week, year after year. I don't know what it is. It is what it is. John thinks they lose to Dallas. John thinks they beat Dallas. And of course, Ant has an undefeated record. So he has them 3-0, going 4-0, going into the Buffalo Bills game. The Buffalo Bills game, week 4 matchup, back at home. We talked about the Buffalo Bills, guys. We have talked about the Buffalo Bills. They could be really superior or below average. All telltale short to how good their wide receiver core is. Nice and young, very unproven. But they still got Josh Allen. But they still have James Cook. But they still have a pretty good defense. None of that matters. None of that matters. Right now, the Baltimore Ravens look like a well-oiled machine. Lamar Jackson sitting nice and pretty in the pocket. The offensive line is stepping up, looking like an all-pro offensive line. The defense is shutting down teams week after week after week now. 2 weeks in a row. Going on third week. Derrick Henry is getting his bread. Justice Hill is getting his bread. I think the Baltimore Ravens play the Buffalo Bills tough and they come out on top. 21-7. This gives them the third win in a row. The Baltimore Ravens are looking good. Looking good, looking cocky, looking arrogant. Raider hate is in the air always, baby. John says it's a W versus the Bills. I agree. And Ant dropping some stats here says Lamar Jackson is 19-1 against the NFC. So basically that means if the Baltimore Ravens can make it to the Super Bowl, they're going to win. Going to win. John thinks Bills play Baltimore. It's a coin toss. It's a coin toss. 3-1 at this point. I concur with that, John. 3-1. The only loss coming in opening week, Kansas City Chiefs. And that week opening one loss is kind of just a fluke at this point, right? Baltimore Ravens are flying high. Wins over the Raiders, Cowboys, and Buffalo Bills in consecutive weeks. Then comes week number 5. Then comes the first divisional opponent of the season. A particular tough opponent. As I do not think that the Cleveland Browns will not be living up to a lot of hype this season. They do, however, step up in this game. They do play well in this game versus the Baltimore Ravens week number 5. Joe Burrow is a primetime player. Joe Burrow has come into camp with a shaved head and blonde hair. Bleach blonde hair. Side note, the last time he came into camp with bleach blonde hair, he threw 65 touchdowns the following season. Granted, that was at LSU. Granted, that was in college. Granted, that was 16 injuries ago. But I do think the Cincinnati Bengals as a whole get better of the Baltimore Ravens week 5. I think the Baltimore Ravens have kind of been winning. Well, they've obviously been winning 3 games in like in a row, but the winning has kind of covered up the kind of the cracks that they have. Yes, the offensive line has been playing good, but this part of the line hasn't been playing good, right? Yes, the running game has been doing well, but that's a lot because of Derrick Henry, right? I think this week 5 game exposes a lot of the weakness for the Baltimore Ravens, and I think it is a good thing moving forward, but just not week 5. I think they lose to Cincinnati, and John concurs with me on that. I think they lose to Cincinnati. Give us a week 6 matchup. Week 6 matchup, they're back at home versus a Commanders team that is going to be shocking a lot of people this season. I think the Commanders are a team that you really don't want to play, especially if they get hot. If they get hot, the Washington Commanders could be pretty good. How we just spoke about the Cincinnati Bengals come week 5, they have a lot of cracks. They have a lot of exposures, right? The Commanders try to exploit that. The Commanders try to, attack that still gelling offensive line. The Commanders try to pick on the linebacking core because they can't stop or run. They try, but they just don't have enough firepower. It's too much Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers come week 6, and they win that game over the Commanders. WB Ant says we will sweep the Bengals again. We will tie with Shitberg and Cleveland. John thinks it is a tough win over the Commanders. Give us a week 7 matchup. Week 7. Right now, the Baltimore Ravens are kind of like, we can be really good. We can be really good if we fix these few little mistakes that we have. We have a little bit of tinkering here, a little bit of tinkering there, and you're good for now. You're good for now over there, but these two things we need to really tinker. Now, as Ant said, Lamar Jackson is 19-1 versus NFC teams, right? Already have them beating the Cowboys, so 20-1 versus NFC teams. I think Baker Mayfield gets his second loss. Sorry, I think Lamar Jackson get his second loss to an NFC team by losing to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think Baker Mayfield is a top 10 quarterback in the league this season. I think Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do some work in the NFC South. I think Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay Buccaneers is a team that you do not want to play in the playoffs. Hell, you don't want to play them, period. They expose more of the Baltimore Ravens' weaknesses that the Ravens have been trying to fix the last couple weeks, but they finally get exposed. It is a close game, but it is too much Baker Mayfield, too much Mike Evans in this game. The Baltimore Ravens get their third loss of the season. Third loss of the season. John thinks, I think you split with Cincinnati, Cleveland, and sweep Pittsburgh. And John thinks it's another loss to an NFC team. John, I think you and me are on the same wavelength today, buddy. And James Frank says Baker Mayfield woke up feeling dangerous. 6 balls out of 4 TDs. Baker Mayfield's going to do some work versus a very good Baltimore Ravens defense. But this is the time of season that the Baltimore Ravens, their tough schedule starts to get a little easier, right? Their tough schedule starts to tone down a little bit. I'm not saying that the Browns are an easy team. I'm not saying the Browns are a cakewalk. But I'm saying that the Baltimore Ravens match really good versus the Cleveland Browns. Best on best across the board, the Baltimore Ravens are better at every aspect in the game. Quarterback, Lamar Jackson. Receiving core, give me Baltimore Ravens. Secondary, give me Baltimore Ravens. Linebacking core, give me Baltimore Ravens. Defensive line, give me Baltimore Ravens. Running back, give me Baltimore Ravens. You guys get the hint. The Baltimore Ravens are better in every aspect of the game versus the Cleveland Browns. I think the Baltimore Ravens go into Cleveland and they beat the Cleveland Browns handily. They have fixed all the little flaws that they've had. The offensive line is now tuned up. Zay Flowers is getting his head right. Derrick Henry is running the ball downhill. And the Baltimore Ravens click and they win this game. Give us the Week 9 matchup. Denver Broncos come to town. Are the Denver Broncos any very good? We've talked about the AFC West, and the Denver Broncos are a bad team. They are a team that just... Meh. Ravens put a 70-piece on them. It's not even close. Lamar Jackson looks like MVP back form. Zay Flowers looks like a beast. Derrick Henry looks like a old Derrick Henry running over everybody, stiff arming. Get off me, boy. Baltimore Ravens defense is locked down. We'll probably see Bo Nix in this game. It's an ugly, ugly win. Baltimore Ravens beat down the Denver Broncos handily, giving us a Week 10 matchup. John thinks the same, by the way. Week 10 matchup. Cincinnati Bengals. Just played the Bengals, 5 weeks ago? Lost to the Bengals. Ravens are pissed off. Not only are they pissed off, they are playing some really, really good football right now. 2 wins in a row over the Browns and the Broncos. Baltimore Ravens win this game. Baltimore Ravens win this game because at this particular point, the wheels start to fall off the wagon for the big Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals are a good team. They're not a great team. Baltimore Ravens, they're a great team. Baltimore Ravens are better at football than the Cincinnati Bengals all season long. And John agrees. Week number 11. Week 11. Old Pittsburgh comes to town. Old Pittsburgh Steelers. now we don't really know what they're going to do with their hands. Pittsburgh Steelers right now, guys, are in pretty much, we don't know what to do. They don't know if they're going to start Russell Wilson, injured. Don't know if we're starting to start Justin Fields, looking pretty good at camp. But really, it doesn't matter. Because Patrick Queen is going to come out and ball this game. Najee Harris is going to come out and ball this game. George Pickens is going to come out and ball this game. The whole defense is going to shut down the Baltimore Ravens. The Pittsburgh Steelers dominate the Baltimore Ravens week 11. Fresh off of a 3-game winning streak, wins over the Browns, Broncos, and Bengals. They come into Pittsburgh after another mini bye week, and they shit the bed. They just shit the bed. Not because the Steelers are better than them. They just shit the bed. Don't know what it is. They just shit the bed. James Frank thinks they slaughter Pittsburgh. Not only win, but they slaughter them. John thinks it's a win over Pittsburgh. But WBN says they lose to Schittsburg. We'll see. Week number 12. Monday Night Football. Let's travel to L.A. to SoFi Stadium to take on Justin Herbert and the L.A. Chargers. Fresh off of an embarrassing loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers, let's get on primetime TV. Let's do it all over again. Lamar Jackson, guys, plays well on the West Coast, i.e. San Francisco 49ers, right? Lamar Jackson likes to play on prime time. Lamar Jackson likes the spotlight when it's on him. This Week 12 game, primetime TV, Monday Night Football, the LA Chargers get their asses whooped. Harbaugh versus Harbaugh, it doesn't matter. The Ravens beat down the LA Chargers. The Chargers are a 7-win team. Chargers are not very good. They could be good in a couple years, but right now they're not very good. Baltimore Ravens win this game, but James thinks, no, slow it down, baby. They're losing to the Chargers. Jim will get the better of John on Monday Night Football. Okay, James. Okay. Week 13. It's time to really get back on track. It is time to really get back on track and start to stream some wins together. Philadelphia Eagles, probably below average team this season. They get the dub. Baltimore Ravens come back home. Philadelphia Eagles come in and just kind of just like, meh. We here, but we're tired. We tired. We all heard the retirement plans for the defensive lineman for the Eagles last week. Week 13, he tired. And WB says King Henry rushes for 120 yards. Keaton Mitchell will return and rush for another 75. Walking all over the Philadelphia Eagles. John thinks it's a win over Philly as well. Run as well. I think it's a win. Given 2 wins in a row going into the bye week. Much needed bye week at this particular time, right? There's a few bangs up, Derrick Henry probably rushing the ball a lot. Lamar Jackson throwing the ball a lot. They just need to heal. Nice little rest week. Nothing too concerning going into the bye week. They are A-okay. Sitting at 4 losses so far on the season, riding high on a 3-game winning streak. Come off the bye week to play the New York Giants at New York, New Jersey. They beat Daniel Jones. Not even close. The Baltimore Ravens going to New York, New Jersey, MetLife Stadium. It doesn't matter. They whooped that ass. Brian Burns, Thibodeau, whoever you want. It doesn't matter. You're not stopping Lamar Jackson after a bye week. Not after a bye week. You are not stopping Lamar Jackson. But then Saturday night primetime game. This is going to probably be an 8 o'clock game on Saturday night. Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town, fresh off a victory over the Baltimore Ravens just, 2 months ago at this particular point. But the Ravens are like, you know what, baby? You know what? Slow it down. You can ride your bus over those shitty-ass Pennsylvania roads. You can come into Baltimore. You can do whatever you want, but you know what? You are not going to beat us on Saturday night primetime because my man, Lamar Jackson, is going to be a dog, and he's going to ball out in this game. The Baltimore Ravens get their 4th win in a row over the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it is not even pretty. It is a knockout, drag-out game in the first half. It is ugly. And John thinks they win. Of course they win. Of course they win. But then we got this Wednesday night game. Why is that Wednesday night game popping up? Wednesday night game. Right now, guys, the Baltimore Ravens are on a 4-game winning streak. With wins over the Chargers, Eagles, Giants, and Steelers. Hell, if you look back at, they have won 8 of their last 9. Flying high. Flying high. Pretty much have a playoff spot locked up at this particular point, but they play this Wednesday game. Short work week, on the road, versus a Houston Texans team that really wants to win. They need to win. Right? At this point in the season, the Houston Texans are battling for an AFC South Division crown. I think the Houston Texans upset the Baltimore Ravens at home, and the Baltimore Ravens get their 5th loss of the season. Gives us a Week 18 matchup when the Cleveland Browns and Amari Cooper, highest paid receiver in the NFL, comes down and plays the Baltimore Ravens. The Cleveland Browns are a team that probably going to be battling for a playoff position right here as well. 5 through 11 or 12 in the AFC, guys, are going to be really, really tight. 1 win here, 1 win there could decide a lot of things. But at this particular point right now, the Baltimore Ravens are playing for that number 1 overall seed in the AFC. At this particular point, the Baltimore Ravens want that bye week going into playoffs starting the next week. I think the Baltimore Ravens they beat Cleveland. It's a close game, 28-27, 28-25, type of score. 1-score game. And the Baltimore Ravens beat the Cleveland Browns Week 18, ultimately giving them a 12-5 record on the season. I think the Baltimore Ravens have a very, very tough schedule. They play a lot of primetime games. They play, 1, 2, 3, 4, looks like 6 or 7 primetime games. They're on TV a lot. Lamar Jackson shines out when he's on TV, does a lot of good things, but I think ultimately they're a 12-5 team. They are battling for the top overall seed in the AFC. Ultimately, I think they get second. Because the Kansas City Chiefs will also finish at 12-5, but the tiebreaker will go to the Kansas City Chiefs. But this is what I got. James says, I think Cleveland and Baltimore Ravens are going to battle for that top spot. Cleveland is a good team on paper. If you look at paper, the Cleveland Browns are a really, really good team. If Deshaun Watson can be 80% of himself that he was in 2009 and 19, the Cleveland Browns have a defense that could win them a championship. They have a receiving core that could win them a championship. I saw somebody said, I think it was Ant that said that they would take the Browns receiver core over the Ravens receiver core. Probably not, but I believe the Browns did sign Jerry Jeudy, right? So potentially, but we'll be talking about the Cleveland Browns tomorrow, obviously. And I'm not for sure if the Browns have enough mojo, grit, the it factor to be the dogs. James thinks, I think the Ravens sweep Pittsburgh. I have them splitting. The Pittsburgh Steelers they're a team that if you do not play your A game against, they are going to beat you. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I feel, are going to be a team that they're going to come out every week and give you a B game, right? They are not going to play out of their minds and score 100 points, but they're not going to be not scoring either, right? They're going to be a nice, every game you are going to get the Pittsburgh Steelers B game, right? They are just going to come out there. They're going to do what they do and don't make mistakes. And if you make those mistakes, slip up, throw a interception, get sacked for a 15-yard loss, fumble the ball, that's how the Pittsburgh Steelers can win you a lot of games. But to sweep them, sweeping in the division is very, very tough, as is. And to be honest, if I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan, I don't want to sweep teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't want to sweep teams like the Cleveland Browns. I don't want to sweep teams like the other teams in my division, because I think the Steelers and Browns are both going to make the playoffs as well. You're going to have to play them, and it is tough to beat a team 3 times in a season. Now, I'm not saying go out there and purposely lose, but if you lose, you're like, you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. Win against Pittsburgh, loss against... James says, I think the Cleveland and Baltimore Ravens are going to battle for the top spot. Dude, haven't we talked about that? Like haven't we? John has the Ravens at 12-5 as well. They get the first spot, first overall seed. Whoa, slow it down, baby. Slow it down. Ant has them going 13-4. 13-4 with losses to Pittsburgh, Texans, Browns, and Eagles. I could see the Pittsburgh loss. I can see the Texans loss. Obviously, can see the Browns loss as well, because I do have... I actually had the Ravens sweeping the Browns this season, but the Eagles? The Eagles, Ant? I mean, I understand it's a Sunday night game, actually. Week before the bye week, kind of ready to get to the bye week. I could see it. But damn. Ant says, our receiver core is nothing to bloat about. Outside of Flowers, everyone else is big. Bateman's pretty good. Rashad Bateman's pretty good. I do like Rashad Bateman. Actually, I like him a lot. But you were forgetting, you guys have a nice 2 tight end system now, right? Mark Andrews, broke his leg last season, right? Was out most of the season. Boom, insert Isaiah Likely. Bada bing, bada boom. Where did this guy come from? You guys quickly got a 1-2 punch at tight end, right? Still have Nelson Aguilar. I think Rashad Bateman's a solid number 2 guy. Zay Flowers, if he can keep his head, could be a top receiver in the NFL. But really, you don't really need a great receiver core when you have 2 damn good tight ends and a running back room that is deeper than a freaking college back running room, right? Derrick Henry, Justice Hill, Keaton Mitchell. You guys need about 3 balls to go around. John thinks Flowers is going to go nuts this year, but you're right. Cleveland has a better receiver core. Man, y'all loving you some Browns, aren't you? You guys are all loving you some Browns, but when we look at the Browns receiver core, yes, they have Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy, but Elijah Moore, the Jets didn't want him because he didn't know the playbook. He refused to know the playbook. Is he really going to come out and be the dog? David Njoku, really good tight end, top 5 tight end, hands down. I don't know. I like the Baltimore Ravens core adding tight ends better than the Browns. Bateman is okay, says Ant, but the dude got to stop dropping the ball and get on point either way. Lamar, but yeah, Likely and Andrews are those dudes. Get on point with Lamar. We'll see. First preseason game is Thursday, guys. We do have the Chicago Bears talking about the Houston Texans. Somebody asked what I thought about that game. What am I looking for? Basically looking forward to if any starters come out and play. Right? Obviously, we're not going to see Caleb Williams. We're not going to see CJ Stroud. We're not going to see Stephon Diggs or DJ Moore. we're going to see these potential back-end potential starters play like a few games, like maybe a series or two. I'm talking like second string guys that could potentially jump in the starting spot. That is what I'm going to see. I want to see the depth of these teams. I want to see depth of the Houston Texans and depth of the Chicago Bears. I don't care about second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Those are all going to be cut players, unfortunately. Anybody playing in the third and fourth quarter on Thursday, you will probably not see them on an NFL roster this season. Practice squad, get better maybe the next couple seasons. Maybe somebody stands out, but you will not be seeing those guys on a roster whatsoever. First quarter, first three series is probably key. That's what we're looking for, and looking forward to see if Caleb Williams handles himself on the sideline. Is he going to be rah-rahing his team, or is he going to be, I'm better than everybody else? Caleb Williams' mental game, I think, is the biggest factor for the Chicago Bears moving forward. But James Frank says Elijah Moore will be who Watson looks for when he's in trouble. Just will be sorry they let him go. Haven't been sorry yet. But guys, that is it for today. I know I was kind of all over the place. I kind of had pre-show technical difficulties. I was kind of behind a little bit. Rest of the week will be fine, guys. We do have some interviews lined up with some Pittsburgh Steelers guys, and as well as Cincinnati Bengals podcasts as well. But until then, guys, we'll see you next time. I'm out. As I started to prepare for today's show, guys, I started listening to press conferences from the Cleveland Browns general manager, Andrew Berry. And Andrew Berry was asked about about the potential Cleveland Browns stadium renovation, and whether they want a dome, whether they want outside, just generalized questions, right? Normally, when you talk to GMs and coaches, you get the politically correct answer. Whatever the owner wants, whatever the fans want, yada, yada, yada. Andrew Berry has come out and said that he wants a dome in Cleveland. He said he wants basically Myles Garrett to be able to run 100% free, not have to worry about the cold, not have to worry about the rain, wind, or snow. He wants a dome over the Cleveland Browns Stadium. So my brain starts turning, my brain starts thinking, and I'm like, you know what? Do we want all fields to be in, quote, perfect conditions? Do we want all fields to be in pristine 65 degrees weather, no rain, no snow, no wind? Like, that's what makes football great, right? Is truly a home field advantage. Truly, in football, you get a home field advantage. In basketball, nah. Baskets are still 10-foot tall. The court's still 90 feet or whatever. Baseball, somewhat different size fields, whatever, you get it. A little bit of home field advantage. But in the NFL, you truly get home field advantage with the weather, with the wind, with the noise, etc., right? So as you guys, I see a Cleveland Browns fan in here. We see Chicago Bears fans, right? Would you guys want a stadium that is a dome? Me personally, as a Kansas City Chiefs fan, they are proposing a dome stadium out there in Kansas, and actually Overland Park. Hell no! I don't want no dome stadium. I like that outdoor feel. I want the home field advantage. I want the negative 25-degree weather. I want the snow. I want the wind. That's what makes football, baby. That is what makes football. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Would you want your team, if you're an outdoor stadium, a cold weather stadium, Jets, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, who else is outside? Green Bay? Would you guys want a dome on your field? Let me know. But those are my thoughts. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. It is time to talk some NFL talk. We have gone a little bit of this. We've gone a little bit of that. We've dived into what could potentially be the saving grace of the Cleveland Browns Stadium. But James Frank says, nah, I like Lake Erie snow shoe grits. Don't move them to Broke Park. I think you're talking about so Cleveland is next to Lake Erie. I was also thinking Buffalo next to Lake Erie, but that's not Lake Erie. That's Lake Ontario, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I get it. Don't. Casey says, no. I like watching weather games. Bring the snow. Bring the rain. Bring the negative 25-degree weather. We like it, baby. We like it. We like it. We like it. But yeah, it is what it is. But there's some news, guys, coming out of Pittsburgh. There's some news coming out of Pittsburgh that Mr. Russell Wilson is finally back at practice. As you guys know, we talked about it, late last week, right? Russell Wilson, first practice of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He woke up with some calf soreness. Strained calf, as they officially announced it today, but he is officially back at practice taking reps. However, he is taking reps with the second string team. So we'll be talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers in depth with some people that I know about Pittsburgh Steelers, and we're going to talk about it. But right now, Russell Wilson is taking second string reps with that sore calf. So as Russell Wilson was slated to be the first string quarterback, Justin Fields has now kind of been inserted into that role. Now, I do like some Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I want to emphasize it on that. I am in love with the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. I love their defense. I love their offense. I love their offensive line. All they basically need is a quarterback that doesn't suck. As long as the Steelers quarterback play does not suck, they're going to win 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 games. They have a ceiling of 15 and a floor of 10 with decent quarterback play. I think they're going to be a really, really good team. But let me ask you guys this question. Is Russell Wilson starting or not make or break for the Pittsburgh Steelers season? Many people think that Justin Fields just needs to sit a year out, collect his thoughts, and then go on to his next team, right? Serve out his fifth year in Pittsburgh and be the guy somewhere else. Guys, I think, as much as I like Russ, Casey said it best. Russ is over the hill. Russ is an older guy. He's had his glory days, right? He top 10 quarterback in Seattle. Denver definitely hurt his legacy for the long haul. But Justin Fields, guys, in Pittsburgh, that seems like a very dangerous combination. My man, BC Combs, sat here on Man Hour last season when the Chicago Bears were kind of like a dumpster fire, right? Of course, they got hot toward the end of the season, but they're like 1-7 or 2-6 or something like that. Like, he's like, trade Justin Fields and get what you can out of him. But then he also said in the same breath that Justin Fields on any other team is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And watching camp, watching film, prepping for the Pittsburgh Steelers again on Thursday, guys, Justin Fields is the real deal. Justin Fields is the real deal. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers would be even better if Justin Fields does start all 17 games for them this season. Keep this in the back of your head. Russell Wilson is still being paid by the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson is being paid by the Denver Broncos to play on a different team. I think the Steelers only paid him like $1 million, the veteran minimum. They have no stock really in either quarterback. They don't care who starts, as long as they win games. And I think Justin Fields can do that. John thinks the Steelers will go 9-8 this season. 9-8 this season. And then he also says in the same breath that Wilson's starting change halfway through after 3 or 4 straight losses. So John thinks the Steelers will go 9-8, but he also says that 4 of those 8 losses will come with Russell Wilson as starting quarterback. So basically, John's saying once Justin Fields gets in there. If he were to have played all 17 games, they're a 12, 13 win team because Justin Fields is only going to lose 4 games this season. So start the man week 1. Start him. Casey says he will start slow. His level of play is still the same as the Broncos game 3 Fields by starting. See, and you guys are all I think we're all kind of thinking of the same thing here, right? We are all thinking the same thing. Justin Fields will take over Russell Wilson at some point during the season. If we know this, if we understand this, why not start Justin Fields week 1? Why not? Nothing to lose. Pittsburgh Steelers aren't really picked to do a whole lot. I have them going to the playoffs. I think they're going to win a couple playoff games. I think they could potentially go to the AFC Championship game with Justin Fields. Why not let it ride out? Let it ride out. James Frank, thank you for joining us today. James, he says Wilson will start. Fields will be thrown in as starter before they play Cleveland. Everybody's saying the same thing. Russell Wilson, 3, 4, 5, 6 starts tops. Insert Justin Fields. Insert in week 1. Insert in week 1. Don't let Combs here say that facts. If Combs ever heard that he is right, he will ride that till the day he dies. Let's just be honest. I love him. Love him like a brother, fuck him like a sister, but damn it, Combs, when he's right, he will never let you die. Never let that die. Arthur Brown is in the chat today. What's up, Arthur Brown? He says, what up, man, our nation? What's up, Arthur Brown? Be safe out there on the streets, man. We know it's hard out there for a pimp. We got my Ryan in the chat. He's a rising top fan. He says, let go. Let's go, Ryan. Hope you're having a grand old day, man. And Casey says Wilson will begin pad too much not to start in game owner. Okay. Casey's saying that Russell Wilson is getting paid too much to be game 1 starter. Not to be game 1 starter, I should say. Russell Wilson is getting paid a lot of money this season. You are correct. I think he's getting paid like $40 million, right? This season and next season by the Denver Broncos. The Pittsburgh Steelers are only paying him $1 million. The league veteran minimum, Russell Wilson, that's what he's getting paid. That is what he's getting paid. So therefore, being paid too much or not, he's not getting paid by the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is why Pittsburgh Steelers signed the guy. They don't like him? See you later, alligator. We'll trade you to somebody else. Hell, we'll cut your ass. We don't care. It's $1 million. That's pocket change, baby. Pocket change. He says, LMO. So the Broncos are paying Wilson to suck in Pittsburgh. Exactly. We got DJ V-Bucks in the chat. What's up, DJ? Says, what do you think about Jordan Love's deal? Let's talk about Jordan Love's deal. DJ V-Bucks. Thank you for joining us, man. I think Jordan Love got paid too early. I think Jordan Love Jordan Love got paid. Jordan Love got his money. He did ball out last season from week 5 till playoff game, ultimately beat down the Dallas Cowboys, potentially shit the bed versus the 49ers. Call it what you want to call it. But with that being said, Jordan Love only has 1 year starting experience. With that being said, Jordan Love really only played good, top-level, top 10 football for 12 games last season. Now, I understand he only had 1 year left on his contract. This 2024 NFL season was the opt-in, opt-out year, right? And so he wasn't going to practice because he wanted to get paid. He wasn't going to do this because he wanted to get paid. On Jordan Love's side of things, I get it. I understand it, right? But on the Green Bay Packers side of things, I don't understand it. I think they paid the man way too early, as you do get paid off of what you've done, right? And then into potential. Potentially, Jordan Love can have a Hall of Fame career. Potentially, Jordan Love can be the next great quarterback to come out of Green Bay. Potentially, Jordan Love can win back-to-back MVPs like Aaron Rodgers did. But 1 year starting, one playoff win, one playoff loss. I would have liked to see more out of Jordan Love before giving him the richest NFL contract in history, right? But at the same time, I see it. I see it as well, right? The Green Bay Packers are kind of handcuffed by the situation. If you pay him now and he just a mediocre quarterback at best, damn, we're stuck with him for 4 or 5 years. Shit. But if he balls out, MVP, takes you to an NFC championship game, goes to the Super Bowl, right? And you hadn't paid him yet, then Tua gets his money, right? Then Dak Prescott gets his money. Then Brock Purdy gets his money. Who is the next quarterback that's probably up due for a contract? Probably Kyler Murray probably gets his money, right? Now you're 5-6 contracts past of what you could have paid him. And now instead of, $53.5 million a season, he's getting $60 million. He's getting $70 million a season. As I do think it's too early, I also can't fault the Packers for doing what they did. You can't fault them from doing what they did. They think they nailed their draft. Hell, history shows they have, right? Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Bart Starr, right? History shows that they nailed the draft and quarterbacks. So if you have faith in your guy, I like it. I like it. What do you guys think? John says, way too early. Way too early. He also said from week 11 on, he balled out. So not even the 12 games. John's saying about 7, 8 games. Probably about right. But at the same time, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I said this exactly about the Green Bay Packers. First 5, 6 weeks of the season, they're going to pretty much suck. Young receiver core, brand new quarterback. I mean, he's been in the system, but brand new starting quarterback. Nathaniel Hackett, or not Nathaniel Hackett. Packers head coach, name slipping my mind right now. Finally gets to put his hands on the molding of that offense, right? Finally gets his chance to really shape and mold what he thinks he could be. Growing pains, bada bing, bada boom. Everything came together. Everything balled out, and it ended up being all right. Casey says Green Bay was dumb to pay Love. Dumb. Arthur Brown says, Buck, I agree. He did get paid too early. They should have waited after this season. Double-edged sword, right? Double-edged sword. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's just, it is what it is. John thinks he's should have let him play out his contract and paid the man if he shows the same level of play. Like I said, double-edged sword. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is what the problem is with the NFL quarterback realm, right? No matter if you're average, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, potentially Jordan Love, whoever's next up in contract talks is going to be the next highest paid quarterback, right? Because they don't want you to say no, right? They invested a draft pick on you. They invested 5-6 years on you, right? In Dallas Cowboys talk here, 9 years. Vested 9 years on you. Why do I want to lowball you and only offer you $45 million? And you're like, nah, I'm good. And then the next team like the Las Vegas Raiders are going to pay you $80 million a season. Like, I get it, but James says, as a Browns fan, I wish I would have had the Packers worried about QB. Favre, Rodgers, and Love. What is that even like? I think Love will have at least 2 rings before he retires. James, I believe at one particular time, a buddy of mine posted a t-shirt on Facebook with the list of the Cleveland Browns quarterbacks since like 2016 or something like that. The font was like 10-point font, and it had like 40 names on it. Like I definitely understand and feel your pain, and like it sucks. It sucks. Not only too early, says Arthur Brown, but made him the highest paid quarterback. What the hell? Next paid quarterback's always going to be the highest paid quarterback. Look at it. Started with Patrick Mahomes, then Joe Burrow, then Josh Allen, then Lamar Jackson, right? It's a snowball. Even if you're average, you're going to get paid $50-60 million. And Casey says, slow it down. Slow it down, baby. The Bears have already claimed the next 5 Super Bowls before their overrated quarterback even takes a snap. And speaking of their overrated quarterback, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams talked to reporters yesterday and basically said that I want to play as many snaps as I can in preseason. I want to play to work on my blitz coverages, to work on my checks, to work on a little bit of this and a little bit of that. He said, I want to get in there and I want to play. Caleb Williams is saying all the right things for Bear fans to get hype about him, for media to get hype about him, for everybody to get hype around the Chicago Bears. But the Chicago Bears guys have 4 preseason games this season. They play the Hall of Fame game in just 2 days, and then they still have 3 more preseason games. So Caleb Williams, I'm going to look at you face to face. First of all, I loved the way you answered your question in your press conference. If you guys haven't watched him answer this question, I recommend you going to youtube.com and looking up Caleb Williams' interview from, I believe it was the 29th, July 29th. Not only does he look the reporter in the eyes, connects with him, he gives a well-rounded, lengthy answer. He did not give the politically correct answer like, oh, whatever the coach decides, whatever. He's like, no, I want to fucking play. He didn't say fucking, but I would say that. He said, I want to play. I want to work on this, and this, and this, and this. I want to play. The more I play now, the better I'll be prepared for week 1. So, guys, I know it's hard to find Bears fans out there. It's hard to find Chicago Bears fans out there. But if Caleb Williams is your quarterback right now, if Caleb Williams is your guy moving forward, do you want him playing preseason? Do you want him taking 3/4 of the snaps in a preseason game? Me personally, absolutely not. I hate preseason games. I hate 7-on-7s. I hate padded scrimmages. Get me to the game. As a high school coach right now, my team, the previous administration signed us up for a bunch of 7-on-7 events throughout the summer. Cool, whatever, effing stupid. So we went to Evansville and played some 7-on-7. We went to Clarksville. We went to Indianapolis. We went to Nashville, right? We're playing all these 7-on-7 events, and I'm not going to go take my kids out there and be not prepared. But at the same time, when I'm preparing for a 7-on-7, it's taken away from my team aspect, and these kids are always thinking 7-on-7, 7-on-7. Oh, yeah. Fuck 7-on-7. I got 5 kids injured, 3 broken arms, 2 concussions, and a dislocated kneecap from playing 7-on-7. All pretend games. This is unpadded, unsanctioned, playing flag football 7-on-7 for high school kids. Now, let's translate this into NFL. This is a padded game. This is a sanctioned game. This is people legitimately fighting for their livelihoods, right? If Caleb Williams is out there versus a 4-string linebacker fighting to be on the team, he wants to make film. He wants to make a highlight. He wants to take your fucking head off. Chicago Bears fans, Caleb Williams is your future. Next 4 years minimum, he is your future. You don't want to see him a vegetable in preseason. You don't want to see a torn ACL in preseason. You don't want to blow out Achilles in practice. You don't want to see it. So Matt Eberflus, Ryan Poles, the rest of the Chicago Bears organization better protect him from himself. Maybe Caleb Williams just saying this just to please the masses. Maybe he's saying, hey, I want to do this, this, and this, and this, but really, I just like my money, baby. But let me know, guys. Would you want your boy Caleb Williams to start more than 2 preseason games this season? Me personally, absolutely not. Absolutely not. James Chambers in the chat. What's up, James? He said there will be an 18-game season with the mid-season league-wide bye week. No preseason games within the 5 years. I'd say probably the next two years, James. In the next 2 years, we're going to see 18 games. I don't think we'll see a league-wide bye week, but we'll see 2 bye weeks. We'll see 2 bye weeks for sure. John says, nah. I'd sit him too. Why risk injury, Caleb? Why risk injury? Granted, I know Caleb Williams got his money in college, right? Caleb Williams was really the first class of NIL deal people coming out of college going into the pros, right? If you think about this, Caleb Williams was probably making more money in college than he is with the Chicago Bears. So, like, I get it to an extent. But, yeah. 1 series in the first game. First real preseason game. This week 0 Hall of Fame crap? Nah. Taysom Bagent, you're out there, man. You're out there. James says, you're right. You're right. I wouldn't let him play either. Wouldn't let him play either. Speaking of playing, John Elway was talking about his time as a general manager or acting general manager, whatever his exactly role was with the Denver Broncos. And if you guys remember right, Denver Broncos had a top pick in the draft the year that Josh Allen was drafted by the Buffalo Bills ultimately. So John Elway said in a podcast that he regrets not drafting Josh Allen in that draft. I believe that particular year, who did they draft? Oh, man. Why is the name still on my mind now? I should have read it down. But regardless, they passed on him. Guys, as a past GM, potentially looking for a new GM job, administrative role, something, would you want to come out and admit that you made a mistake? Now, me as a man, I'm never going to admit that I'm wrong, right? I could be bold-faced wrong, 100% wrong, right? I could leave the refrigerator open with the milk jug half empty. I could be the only one at the house. And when I come back, I'm like, who left the refrigerator open? It wasn't me. You are going to deny it till the day you die. So John Elway, why are you coming out and saying this? Why? But I got to thinking. I posted it earlier on Facebook, facebook.com/manhour. And I said, if Josh Allen were to go to the Denver Broncos, how would it have shaped the Denver Broncos' future moving forward? I said, personally, I didn't say a Super Bowl team. I didn't say a playoff team. I said they would be a solid 9-win team year in and year out. I think Josh Allen does that much for a team. As the Broncos are currently constructed, you put Josh Allen on there, they could potentially be second place in the AFC West. I don't think they compete for the crown. I think the Chiefs are just that much further ahead than them, even with Josh Allen. But they could be battling for a 7th seed, 6th seed year after year after year. I think Josh Allen is that good of a player. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Arthur Brown says he has to feel his rookie coach, lineman, protect him. Oh, as far as Caleb Williams. You're right. James Frank says Broncos would have ruined Allen's career. I'm glad he ended up in Buffalo. I mean, if you look at his time in Buffalo, yes, he has put up some great yardage. Yes, they have, 12, 13 wins year after year after year. But what's he really done in Buffalo? One playoff win, right? Is it one or two playoff wins? Definitely hasn't been really a Super Bowl contender or AFC Championship contender year after year after year. On paper, they look really good. In Madden, they're hella good. But I don't know if his career would have been any different going from Denver or Buffalo. Probably about mirror images. We talked about system quarterbacks and how I think Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Not saying he's a bad quarterback, saying he's a system quarterback. I think Josh Allen is a quarterback on any other team. He's probably the exact same guy. Aaron Rodgers, exact same guy on any other team, right? Lamar Jackson, system quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, system quarterback. Josh Allen, I think he's pretty good. James says, Allen wasn't near the top of anyone's boards. Even Buffalo booed when they took Allen instead of Rosen. Exactly. Was it Josh Rosen? I still can't believe he got the short end of the stick in Arizona and Miami and Buffalo. And John said it best right here. I agree with you, John. He would have been the same as a Bronco. Exactly. But guys, it is time to talk a little bit about the Cleveland Browns. It is time to talk about potentially one of the top teams in the AFC North. It is time to talk about a team that made it to the playoffs last season after going through 4 quarterbacks. But before we got to go to the future, we got to think about the past. And think about the past, that is what we're going to do. Guys, the Cleveland Browns saw a lot of ups and downs in 2023. Ups, Deshaun Watson finally played a couple games. Deshaun Watson finally started to look like himself. Hell, first 3 weeks of the season, Deshaun Watson was looking like potentially 2019 Deshaun Watson. Insert Tennessee game, hurts his shoulder, out for the rest of the season, pretty much, right? Yeah, I know he played a couple more games, tried to come back, just wasn't quite himself. Insert DTR, Joe Flacco, Driscoll. Guys, the Cleveland Browns went through 4 quarterbacks last season, ended up going 11-6 with a playoff loss to the Houston Texans in the wild card. Also, in the meantime, Nick Chubb tears his ACL. Newsome tears his hamstring. Ward has an injured knee, right? There's a lot of injuries that piled up in 2023. So to start off today's show, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. We have to talk about Deshaun Watson. When I was preparing for today's show, I was watching Browns training camp like I did on Sunday with the pigskin punters. We were looking for the Baltimore Ravens, right? We get into a rabbit hole, yada, yada, yada. This was Monday edition of Browns training camp. There was a video of Deshaun Watson throwing the ball into the net, right? Kind of like a warm-up pass, kind of a rollout, boom, into the net. Deshaun Watson threw one pass during this practice. Deshaun Watson skipped the 20-yard pass into a net about the 5-yard line. After that, Deshaun Watson goes out of practice. He's like, shit, my arm hurts, whatever, like his shoulder hurts. Gone out of practice for the rest of the day. So, guys, with that being said, Deshaun Watson's shoulder, I believe, is injured yet again. Deshaun Watson is already injured and hasn't even started week 1 yet. So when we talk about the Cleveland Browns today, I based off everything off of Deshaun Watson being 100% all season long. I based Deshaun Watson not being 2019 Deshaun Watson, but a Deshaun Watson that I feel like he could definitely be. But first padded practice of the season, one pass, bada bing, bada boom, he's already injured yet again. Guys, at what point do the Cleveland Browns have to move on from Deshaun Watson? At what point do you just chalk it up, be like, damn, we tried, we wasted a lot of money? The window for the Cleveland Browns to win a lot of games. Super Bowl, AFC Championship is closing rapidly. You got Amari Cooper for another year. You got Nick Chubb getting a little long in the tooth. The defense getting a little long in the tooth, right? The average age for the Cleveland Browns right now is 30 years old. That's relatively pretty old in the NFL, considering last year the Green Bay Packers had the youngest team. The average age was 23. So at what point do the Cleveland Browns just move on from Deshaun Watson? At what point be like, you know what, man? We tried. We gave you a lot of guaranteed money. Was it $245 million guaranteed money? We tried, but it's time to move on. It is time to move on. And John says that now would be the time. If Deshaun Watson is truly injured yet again, it is time to move on. It is now. You have a quarterback in Dorian Thompson-Robertson, DTR, that Aaron Rodgers freaking loves, right? We saw that last season when the Jets and the Browns played in the Hall of Fame game, right? Aaron Rodgers loves him some DTR. There's a reason. DTR is a pretty good quarterback. Pretty good. They also have a backup quarterback in Jameis Winston. Yeah, I know, 30 interceptions, but he has LASIK surgery since then. But Cleveland Browns fans, general staff, whatever, if Deshaun Watson is not 100% come week one, I think you have to find him on the bench. I think you have to find him on the bench and find yourself a new starting quarterback at this particular time. James says, I think one, Watson mindset, he's only there because he has to be. I mean, Deshaun Watson did request a trade from Houston. I don't remember if he had a no trade clause or not, but I'm sure he could have said no. I don't know. I feel like any team in general you kind of want to be on because you're getting paid a lot of money to play a game that you love. Amari Cooper has come out and said that I want to retire a Cleveland Brown. I mean, something's brewing in Cleveland, and just Deshaun Watson needs to get on or get out, right? John says they will make a trade for Trevor Lawrence and find out he's bummy. Whoa. Slow it down, baby. Down it down. Arthur Brown says the Browns are pretty much stuck with Watson. Why? Why are they stuck with Watson? Because if you look forward into next year's salary cap, they're $45 million over the salary cap. Deshaun Watson is only a $25 million salary cap hit on that. So if you cut him or release him, you are not dead cap hit money because it's guaranteed money. He already got his guaranteed money. Now he's just playing off of incentive pay. I don't think the Browns are stuck with him. I don't think so. And James Frank says, I don't think so. I think they generally wants him. I mean, of course they want Deshaun Watson. They want the potential of Deshaun Watson. They want the potential of be like, you know what? He is not terrible. He just injured all the freaking time. Speaking of injured, Nick Chubb. We talked a little bit about Nick Chubb. We said how he tore his ACL, week 2 last season, but this is his second torn ACL in his career. And as a running back that's 30 years old or plus, injuries start to add up, start to slow you down. Now, Nick Chubb is a very, very good running back. Nick Chubb is a very, very strong running back. Well, we saw him squat 700 pounds, right? The bar was damn near ready to snap on him. But if Nick Chubb, guys, does not come back this season at 100%, the Cleveland Browns are in for a long, long season. Long season. Reports have come out that Nick Chubb will not be participating in training camp for at least another week or two. Definitely will not be in week 1 game or week 2 preseason game. Those are reports that I've heard straight from Andrew Berry. the general manager of the Cleveland Browns. Hell, even at training camp on Monday and over the weekend, he did 0 drills. You saw him standing on the sideline, and that's it. Now, he did run a little bit after practice, a couple sprints, but it wasn't no 100% sprints. It was about 70%, right? I mean, he was still moving, still pretty quick, still pretty big, but second ACL injury on an aging running back in a run-heavy offense, I would be a little bit worried. Speaking of being worried, Greg Newsome II, also recovering from off-season surgery, tore his hamstring, had surgery on it, is being repaired or is repaired. He has been out in practice. He has been looking pretty good from the film that I have seen. However, I think it was Ant that said it yesterday. Ravens fan through and through. He said the Cleveland Browns have a better defense or better secondary than the Baltimore Ravens. And Greg Newsome being 100% key is the key to that. You have Ward that had his knee scoped, right, this offseason. Greg Newsome with the hamstring injury, ended up having surgery on it. Nick Chubb with the second ACL surgery tear, and Deshaun Watson going out with another sore shoulder. Guys, the Cleveland Browns have a lot of potential. But injuries are going to be a key part to their success or demise all season long. All season long, that is going to be their boom or boom, right? My hand was raising for people that listen on podcast form. One-legged Chubb, says John. We're talking about an actual leg, guys, not the leg, but the leg. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean, right? And John says, what's the backup name? Not Winston Dorian. He's a nice quarterback, just needs more time on the field. Yeah, DTR. Dorian Thompson Robertson is his name, DTR. He currently is a third-string quarterback. He played a couple games last season, kind of had sparks, right? Looked really good in the preseason game versus the Jets last season. I was like, that's the guy, right? That's the backup, but he never really got his feet under him in the regular season. Never got his feet under him. James Frank says, Chubb will be comeback player of the year. The man is already squatting 500 pounds. I don't want Chubb back on the field until week 8 or week 9. You know, James, as 500 pounds is a lot of weight. I think my max squat in college was like 450, 460. I never touched 500 once, right? But the man's max is about 750, 800 pounds. So technically, he's only doing about 60% of his max weight. So technically, he's only about 60% back. So adds 500 is very, very impressive. Fresh off of a torn ACL, second one. I don't remember if it's the same knee or not. I just know it was a second torn ACL. But don't forget about Tyler Huntley. He's also on the team, and he's not too bad. I actually said at one point that I thought Tyler Huntley was going to take Lamar Jackson's spot in Baltimore. I thought Tyler Huntley was a better fit for the Baltimore Ravens that particular year. It was the year that Lamar Jackson went down for like 8 games. I like Tyler Huntley. He's better for this offense. Unfortunately, I don't think Tyler Huntley makes that team. Unfortunately, I think Tyler Huntley is a practice squad player and going to be picked up by somebody that has a quarterback injury coming up in training camp or first couple weeks of the season. So, but speaking of the season, it is time to go over each and every game of the Cleveland Browns season. But Casey asks, Ravens have Henry. Do they still need Lamar still? Yes. So, let me ask this question. When we look at the Baltimore Ravens, Casey, you sat there and we watched minicamp together on Sunday as a pigskin pundit. You got to see that. I finally found footage of some 11-on-11 film versus the Baltimore Ravens inter-squad scrimmage, right? Secondary looked amazing. Offense looked subpar at best without Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a game-changing quarterback. As much as I shit on Lamar, as much as I think he's overrated, overhyped, we all have seen Lamar physically take over games. I can't remember what game it was, but he breaks a 50, 60-yard run, and then all of a sudden you're like, what the hell? And then he hits his gear, like he hits his mode, and he just boom, 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 boom. And Lamar Jackson is a very, very good athlete, very, very good quarterback. I think he's overhyped and people put him up on his pedestal still, but we still got to give him his flowers. Lamar Jackson is probably the best quarterback in the AFC North. When you look at the AFC North, Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback in the AFC North. Better than Joe Burrow, better than Deshaun Watson, better than Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. Lamar Jackson is him. I hate to say it, but Lamar Jackson is him. He's perfect for the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if he were to go a team like the Miami Dolphins, probably wouldn't have much success, right? If he went to a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, probably wouldn't have much success. Harbaugh and Monken and whoever else makes those offensive calls have really shaped the offense, shaped the team around Lamar Jackson's athletic ability. It is what it is. And then James says, no, they don't need Lamar. He's a game-changing running back. Slow it down, baby. Lamar is crazy as much as I hate it when we play him. That man is crazy good. He is really good. And I shit on him a lot because I think the fans put him up on this pedestal, and he kind of put himself up on this pedestal, right? He's like, I want to win a Super Bowl in 3 years or 4 years or whatever. Didn't even win a fucking playoff game. I get it. And John says Lamar is that guy, not overrated takes, overrated all the games. Not for sure what you're trying to say there. Casey all says we need a new blood quarterback. These ones just want money and they're overhyped. Burrow is glass. Love has only played one season. Trevor Lawrence hasn't done anything. So what you're saying is you need more quarterbacks like Patrick Mahomes, baby. Week number 1. Cleveland Browns take on the Dallas Cowboys. This is Tom Brady's first game announcing. This has been the bigger hype than the game. It's Tom Brady's first game, but this is going to be a really, really good NFL game, guys. You got Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys coming to Cleveland to take on potentially Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. I have this game circled because I want to see if Amari Cooper is still him. Amari Cooper is getting a little long in the tooth and wants to retire a Cleveland Brown last year of his contract. How is Amari Cooper going to ball out in this game, especially versus his old team? Nick Chubb, are you going to play? Deshaun Watson, are you going to play? I'm not so much worried about the offensive side, but the defensive side. Greg Newsome, are you going to be ready to play? Ward, how is that knee feeling? This is a big game for the Cleveland Browns guys to really start out the season hot and get on a high note, knock off the mighty Dallas Cowboys, and that's exactly what they do. Week 1, I think the Browns win in a close one, 21-17, a close 20-point game plus. Browns win this week 1 game. What do you guys think? We're going to break down all 17 games. All 17 games. I think Nick Chubb, we get a healthy dose of Nick Chubb just to prove that he's ready. Week number 2. Speaking of overpaid quarterbacks and overrated states, Florida. Jacksonville, Florida, and Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars welcome the Cleveland Browns into town. Jacksonville Jaguars is a team that I've kind of been hating on all offseason, right? A team that I think is way overrated. A team that I don't think is really much of anything. Now, somebody in the comments of a post that try to say, oh, they got better with Gabe Davis and Eric Armstead and whatever, yada. The Jacksonville Jaguars did a lateral move. Even if Eric Armstead is a defensive player of the year and Josh Hines Allen is a co-defensive player of the year. Even if Trevor Lawrence throws for 600 yards in this game, it's going to be too much Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns are a really, really good team. It showed. It showed. Even when they're on the fourth quarterback last season, the defense carried them and the offense was just good enough. This year, the offense is going to be a little bit better. The defense is going to be a little bit better, and they start 2-0. They start 2-0 this season with wins over the Dallas Cowboys and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Week number 3, back at home, taking on the Giants. Do we need to even talk about this? It is a dub. It is a dub. Speaking of which, watch the final episode of Hard Knocks with the New York Giants tonight. It's draft night. Watch that. Week number 4. The old trap game. The old trap game, right? Amari Cooper versus his former old team. Former old team. You guys forget that Amari Cooper was a Las Vegas Raider before he went to the Dallas Cowboys. Cleveland Browns are overlooking the Las Vegas Raiders in this game. They've had a easier stretch, right? Jaguars, Giants, and now the Raiders. But they lose to Vegas. For some reason, I think the Vegas Raiders step up in this game. Antonio Pierce gets one of his 3 wins this season versus the Cleveland Browns. Raiders are riding high, pumping the chest. You see John and Jim saying there, oh, look at the Raiders, AOC. Slow it down, baby. Slow it down. John thinks they beat the Raiders. And then James Frank says we always play crap versus the Raiders. That is true. That's actually why I have you losing this game. But week number 5, back on the road versus a sneaky good Commanders team. This is the particular part of the season where I am really, really worried about the Cleveland Browns. Started off 3-0, a tough loss to the Las Vegas Raiders, and then playing a Commanders team that you should beat. Let's just be honest. Better defense, better offense, probably better coached. My wife keeps calling me still. I'll call you back in a second, honey. I love you. But the truth of the matter is the Cleveland Browns battle in this Washington Commanders game. It's a game we don't want to watch. 10-9, 10-7. It's an ugly, ugly game, but the Browns come up on top, making them 4-1 on the season. Week number 6 at Philly. 3rd straight road game. Want to emphasize this. 3rd straight road game. As the NFL doesn't ever let you play 4 games on the road, there are times twice this season that the Cleveland Browns play 3 road games in a row. They play Philadelphia. Eagles are a team that is, high ceiling, low floor, good or bad. No middle point, good or bad. But I think they lose to Philly. I think they go into Philly. I think they kind of just shit the bed. They kind of just shit the bed, and all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, what is going on? We have lost 2 of our last 3. Now we start a divisional stretch. Now we start a stretch versus Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals and the rest of the AFC North. Man, we are 3 of their last 2. We've lost 2 of our last 3, as I should say. Things are not looking good, but they bounce back. They bounce back in week 7. They beat the Cincinnati Bengals. I think the Bengals are going to have a down year, and I think the Browns kind of get back on track, right? There is going to be a trend this season that I don't think the Browns ever play a A+ game. I don't think the Browns will ever come out this season in the year 2024 and be like, damn, they looked really, really good. Now, the defense might be dominant one game, and the offense might be unstoppable one game, but they're never going to put it together, and that's going to be the ultimate downfall for the Cleveland Browns this season. And week 8 at home versus the Baltimore Ravens, this is a game that they have to play A+. This is a game that the defense has to be locked down. This is a game that they have to just be spot on, and they're not. Baltimore Ravens come into town, they kind of embarrass them a little bit. The offense looks a little bit of loss, right? We talked about how deep the Ravens defense is, the secondary in general, and it shows out in this game. Week number 8, it shows out. And we're just kind of like, damn, what? Week number 9. Where's my schedule? Week number 9. Chargers come into town. Getting close against time, guys. Little man's getting off the bus here shortly. They beat the Chargers. Chargers are just not a very good, very good team, unfortunately. They beat the Chargers. Week 10, we got a bye week. Much needed bye week, right? Kind of a mid-season perfect week 9, 10, 11, perfect bye weeks. We get to see where Nick Chubb is at. We get to see where Deshaun Watson's at. We get to see where Newsom's at, right? How are those injuries that we repaired in the offseason, how are they suiting up, right? I think Deshaun Watson is going to play all 17 games. Want to put an emphasis on that. But week 10, much needed bye week. Week 11, fresh off the bye week, but they travel to the Big Easy to take on the Saints. The Saints are a team, guys, that I'm kind of high on. I don't know why. I legit don't know why I'm so high on the Saints, but I'm really high on the Saints. The Saints are probably a 13, 14 win team this season. They could potentially be the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. But the Cleveland Browns win this game. I like it. Thursday game. Week 12, Pittsburgh Steelers coming to town. Give me the home team. Thursday night game, give me a home team. I don't care if it's division rival. I don't care if it's cross country. Give me the home team. Always on Thursday night game. Browns win this game. Week 13, Monday Night Football. Why are the Cleveland Browns and Denver Broncos on Monday Night Football? Only God knows why, but upset in the making. The Denver Broncos are a bad team. Let's just be honest. There's the Raiders and then the Broncos. They're both pretty low tier in the AFC West. But we talked about home field advantage in Mike Thoughts. We talked about home field advantage, and Mile High Stadium is a true home field advantage. You go from sea level to a mile high. It's hard to run. It's hard to breathe. You potentially could get sick. Plus, it's Monday night. I think the Browns lose this game to the Denver Broncos Week 13 Monday Night Football. Week 14, back on the road. Fresh off of a beaten down of the Pittsburgh Steelers, fresh off of a Monday night loss, they go to Pittsburgh and take on the Pittsburgh Steelers yet again. I said I like the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I said I think the Pittsburgh Steelers could potentially win the AFC North. I said the Pittsburgh Steelers could potentially make a nice little AFC championship run. And this is the part of the season where the Pittsburgh Steelers start to put it all together. They beat down the Cleveland Browns in a very embarrassing manner. Give us the Week 15 matchup where the Kansas City Chiefs travel to Cleveland and the Chiefs shit the bed in this game. They shit the bed versus the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns beat the Kansas City Chiefs Week 15. I actually had the Chiefs kind of losing a lot of these weird games, right? I have them losing to the Texans. I have them losing to the Browns and Steelers, right? I think the Chiefs on the road this season are kind of exposed on the road, right? Week 16, travel to Cincinnati. Another Thursday night game. Remember what I said about 5 minutes ago? Thursday night game, always take the home team. Scratch that. Bengals are actually finally starting to play good football right now. The Bengals beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they're going to turn around on Thursday night football and beat the Cincinnati Bengals, sweeping the Bengals on the season. Give us a Week 17 matchup. If this game was in Florida versus the Miami Dolphins, I'll take the Miami Dolphins 9 times out of 10 and twice on Sunday. But it's cold. It's January, Week 17 in Cleveland. Give me the Cleveland Browns, giving 3 wins in a row over the Chiefs, Bengals, and the Dolphins. Give us an 8-team matchup, potentially for the AFC North title. Cleveland Browns versus the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens win this Week 18 game. Bengals win this Week 18 game, giving me the Cleveland Browns with 11-6 record on the season. I think they finished 11-6. Let me know what you guys think. 11-6, too high, too low, just about right. Disclaimer, I had Deshaun Watson playing all 17 games. This was made back in June. well before we saw the injury on Monday. Let me know what you guys think. Until then, we out. All ages. It has come to my attention that people do not like the new kickoff rule. It has come to my attention that people are up in arms, pissed off about the new kickoff rule. Well, sorry, NFL fans. Sorry, football fans. Sorry, people in general. This rule has been changed since what? Freaking May. Isn't that when we first talked about this new kickoff rule back in like May or June? We've known about it. It's not breaking news. It's not new news. It's been there. We talked about it. We dissected it. We've gone over with the fine-tooth comb over and over and over. But now all of a sudden, that the first Hall of Fame game is tomorrow at 8 o'clock East Coast time, I do believe. The Houston Texans versus the Chicago Bears, which none of the starters are going to play. Stop with that shit. You guys are all like, well, this kickoff rules are dumb. We don't like the kickoff rules. What's wrong with the way they were? Listen to the man hour and understand. The kickoff is a good thing. This kickoff rule is a good thing. It's going to add some excitement to the game. It is going to add some intrigue to the game. Granted, I don't like the no surprise onside crip crap. Like, I get it and I understand it, but let's just be honest. When's the last time you've seen a successful onside kick since you can't overload one side or the other anymore? Hell, I don't think I've ever seen one live. Stop it. Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid. Kickoff's not going anywhere. You being mad about it on social media is not going to change it. You should have said something back in April when the first meeting came up about it. Let's just be honest about that. Let's just be honest about that. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, those are my thoughts for the day. Sorry, when I opened up social media first day of the day and I saw people ranting and raving about it, I'm like, y'all, this isn't news. Where have you been? You've been living under a rock. Like, this isn't new news. Like, stop it. Stop it. But guys, we are going to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals today. We have been making our trek across the AFC North here. We only got two divisions left. We got the NFC West and the NFC South left. So guys, be prepared for that next couple weeks. Of course, the Hall of Fame game starts tomorrow. I actually shared a post on our Facebook. Did you guys know there's betting on preseason games? I believe it was the Bears that were a 2-point favorite in this preseason game. If you are betting on preseason games, y'all got a problem. I just want to point it out there real quick. If y'all betting on preseason games, y'all got a problem. It is what it is. Like, go get some help. Call that 1-800-HELP gambling or whatever the hell it is or whatever. It is, whatever. Jim Powell's in the chat. He says, I heard they got a new punter. You heard the Bengals got a new punter? So? I mean, I guess they're going to have to use it a lot this year. Let's just be honest. Bengals got to punt a lot this season. I don't think they'll be very good. Mark D's in the chat says, what up? What's up, Mark D? Guys, be sure to check out NFL Experts tomorrow, August 1st. Their season 2 show debut on Hall of Fame night. What? Slow it down, baby. But it is what it is. But to get today's show started, we got to talk about the one and only in the Chicago Bears. We got to talk about how DJ Moore just signed the richest contract in Chicago Bears history. This man got his money, and Bears fans are up in arms about it. They are hella excited. My man BC Combs is like, this is what Ryan Poles does. He's putting a team together, putting the core together. Rah, 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 rah. I get you guys are excited. I get that you guys are really excited. You think DJ Moore is the man, the myth, the legend himself. And last season, right, was the second play of the game. You threw like a 30-yard or 40-yard screen pass to the man, took it to the house. The next play threw another screen pass, took it to the house. He had like 3 touchdowns and 3 screen catches. I get it. Last season, he had 1,300 yards for 8 tutties. Granted, 3 of those came in the first game, but I got to ask the question, guys. Is paying a receiver key to the Bears' success right now? Is paying a player like DJ Moore the keys that is going to push you up over the edge. I was talking to my dad the other day, actually on the way home from work, and he's like, yeah, all these players are getting paid. Great, awesome, but does that instantly make them play better? I was like, whoa. Easy with the knowledge there, man. Slow it down. Easy with the knowledge, but you are 100% correct. Now, those words coming out of my mouth to my dad was very like, right? I learned from him. You never tell anybody that you are correct, but you're like, right? So we've seen Trevor Lawrence get paid. We've seen Jordan Love get paid. Now we're seeing DJ Moore getting paid. We're going to talk about Jamar Chase potentially getting paid here in about next 15 minutes or so. But when you see all these guys getting contracts, do you think that ups their level of commitment? Does that up their level of play? Does it up their level of like, hey, let's go get them, big guys? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. 9 times out of 10, every time. So let's flash back to 5 years ago, right? 5 years ago, $100 million quarterback was like, what? Right? And it was me and Beastie sat here on the show. I pulled up stats, right? Every time a team paid a quarterback $100 million, that team was subpar the next 5 years. Detroit Lions was the first 100, or they paid Matthew Stafford that 5-year $100 million deal, right? Subpar at best. Jared Goff got his $100 million. What happened to him? Bada bing, bada boom, got cut, right? Now, I'm not saying that as to everybody, but when players get their money, they kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit. Especially that if they sign a 4-year deal, that first year, chalk that up as a lost year. Second year, okay, we're trying to get back in our groove. Third year, I got to ramp it up. Fourth year, contract year, let's go, baby. But James right here says more times than not, once they get that big bag, makes the player worse. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying that's true for everybody. I'm just saying, I'm just generally speaking here. When a player gets paid, think about it. I got a raise at work. Very nice raise, right? My first week, I kind of took the foot off the gas. I ain't gonna lie. I put my feet up on my desk like, I made it, baby. I made it. I'm here. What else is there to do, right? And that's exactly how players think. Justin Houston comes to mind for the Kansas City Chiefs. Got his money. Where's he at now? Lining up 3 yards offsides and saying, I didn't know I was offsides. Right. Jim Powell says a receiver doesn't make or break a team. The O-line is a reason a mediocre quarterback can put Butterfingers look fantastic. He is no Adams or Lynn Swan. This is exactly right. I think we've actually had this talk before, right? When you have a quarterback, let's say you have an average quarterback. You have a superior offensive line and a below average offensive line, same quarterback. Clearly, with a better offensive line, you're going to do a hell of a lot better. When you have time to look down the field, you make average wide receivers, i.e. Wes Welker, Hall of Famers, right? Wes Welker, when he went to the Denver Broncos, what did he do? Absolutely nothing. John's in the chat. Says, what up, Man Hour Nation? What up, John? Hope you're having a grand old day, man. Staying dry right now. It's pouring ass rain outside. It got legit like night and day out there. It's stupid. But DJ Moore got paid, guys. DJ Moore got his money, and Chicago Bears fans are excited about it. They are excited about it. You know who's not excited? Are Jets fans. Jets fans. They are not excited right now. Robert Saleh has come out and said that Aaron Rodgers will be benched if he had it his way. Basically, Robert Saleh said he does not want to see Aaron Rodgers take any preseason snaps whatsoever. Preseason game snaps. Preseason game, no, Aaron Rodgers, you are going to sit on the bench here in your shorts and t-shirt and your backwards ball cap. chopping it up, put the headset on, talk to the guys. I don't want to see you till week one at all. No. So, guys, we got to ask the obvious question, right? Aaron Rodgers is a veteran. He is a veteran. He's been in the league for what? 15, 18 years, whatever. He's been in the league for a very, very long time. Arguably a top 3 quarterback of all time. I would potentially put him in the GOAT conversation. Aaron Rodgers is that bad man. However, he is on a new team. You cannot count last year. Yes, he did some offseason workouts, got adjusted to the team, whatever, played 4 snaps, right? 4 snaps, his season was over. Technically, new quarterback on a new team. We all have all seen the video by now. If you haven't, I'll share it on social media after the show. Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson literally yelling at each other, getting ready to go to blows because the Jets' practice have been so bad. So when you hear Robert Saleh saying, I don't want Aaron Rodgers to play any preseason games. If I had it my way, I would make him sit till week 1. If you are a Jets fan, how about just an NFL fan in period, right? You get a greatest quarterback of all time to your team, and your coach doesn't want him to play any preseason games. How do you feel? How do you feel about that? Because when I first heard that, I'm like, it's good in principle. It's good in principle because you don't want him to get hurt, right? He is almost 40 years old. I don't know how old he is. Almost 40. He is coming off an Achilles injury. I get it. But at the same time, we don't know what Aaron Rodgers is capable of in a New York Jets uniform. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be remotely a shell of himself from previous of injury. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to be. If I am a Jets fan, if I am a team fan with a new quarterback, I want to see my guy at least 2 preseason games. Give me a full game. Half here, half there. Give me a full freaking game. Jets fans, how do you feel about that? How about fans in general? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Jim says Rodgers doesn't need to practice. Just don't let him carry the flag out to the tunnel. Not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. But today, guys, we are going to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. We are going to talk about them breaking their season down. We're going to talk about their offseason issues. We are going to talk about how they did last season first. But John says, before we get carried away, Rodgers is going to go off with the Jets if he stays healthy. John says Aaron Rodgers is going to win the MVP for the New York Football Jets if he stays healthy. I just threw in the MVP part. I think the New York Jets and Aaron Rodgers have a good possibility of putting something special together. They would have a good opportunity to win a lot of games if they were in anywhere but New York. If this team was constructed in Arizona, I would go with you on this. But the point of the matter is, New York is the media capital of the world. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a microphone in his face every day, before practice, during practice, after practice, when he wakes up. He is going to be talking a lot. And we know when Aaron Rodgers talks a lot, he says some stuff that a lot of people don't agree with. Let's just be honest. Aaron Rodgers can play at an MVP level, but he has one bad game. 3 interceptions, no touchdowns, gets sacked 5, 6 times. Aaron Rodgers is going to passively aggressive, say the wrong thing. It's going to piss off the young guys, Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, whoever, right? It's going to piss off the old guys, or the young guys, I should say. Slowly rip that team apart, and they could be on a 5-game winning streak. One bad game, that team is going to collapse. The problem with the New York Jets is they do have a lot of talent. John, you are correct. They do have a lot of talent on paper. They do all. If this team was constructed 5 years ago, Super Bowl, baby, easily, right? But look at, they're old. Yes, they added some offensive line pieces, right? Tyron Smith from the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, he's a great offensive line if he's healthy. When's the last time he's played a full season? I don't know, 5 years ago? The point of the matter is they do have a lot of talent, but they're old. They have a lot of old heads and a lot of young heads. And I'm not for sure if that's going to transpire very well. Not for sure that's going to transpire very well. But let's talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. Last season, the Cincinnati Bengals finished the season 9-8. Actually finished with a winning season after Joe Burrow went down week 11 with his wrist injury. Dislocated wrist or whatever. I'm not for sure what the exactly wrist was, but he injured the wrist. Ultimately had season-ending surgery on it. Got it fixed. Insert Jake Browning, right? Jake Browning won 4 of the last 5 games to finish out the season. Looked pretty good, but the Bengals ultimately missed the playoffs, getting 9-8 record. This offseason has kind of been a turmoil offense for the Cincinnati Bengals, right? We don't know if they're coming or going. They drafted some offensive line help. Whoa. I think lightning just hit the house. They drafted some offensive line help from Georgia, Mims from Georgia in the 18th round. They drafted some defensive tackle help from Michigan. They had a pretty decent draft, but this offseason has all been about contracts for the Cincinnati Bengals. Trey Hendrickson says he wants a new deal. Clearly he's not up for a new deal, but it is what it is. Second up, Jamar Chase says he wants a deal, and that's exactly where we're going to start with our news talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. Jamar Chase, guys, I went to Cincinnati Bengals practice yesterday, sat there and watched it in person, was there Sunday as well. Got a really good opportunity to see the Bengals live, raw, and in person. It's amazing if you guys ever get a chance to go to practice. It's a lot of fun. Autographs, the festivals, all that stuff. But Jamar Chase was at practice, but he refused to practice. Later, I was overhearing the media talk to Jamar Chase, and they were talking about his contract situation. Basically, guys, Jamar Chase is holding in. This is not wide publicized news, but right now Jamar Chase wants a deal for the Cincinnati Bengals. He wants a 3-year deal added on to his 2 years that he has right now. He's looking for some JJ money, $35 million this season, but currently he is holding in, meaning he comes to practice but doesn't do nothing. He's there to basically just cause a distraction. One media person out there, I believe he writes for the CincinnatiBengals.com or something just like that, asked Jamar Chase, how long do you expect to be out? Meaning, how long is this holding going to last? And Jamar Chase said, and I quote, "I'll be there when I'm there." So with that being said, guys, if Jamar Chase is going to hold out or hold in until the start of the season into week 3, into week 4, into week 5, can the Cincinnati Bengals really overcome that? Can the Cincinnati Bengals really afford to be losing their receiver by the name of Jamar Chase? Also, by the way, they lost Tyler Boyd this offseason as well. So let me ask this question for you guys. How important is Jamar Chase for the success of the Cincinnati Bengals in 2024? Do they have to have him on the field the first 5-6 weeks of the season for them to win those games? Granted, their schedule is a little bit easier to the front half of the schedule. They play teams like the Panthers. They play the team like the Broncos and the Raiders, right? Open up against the Patriots. Can they really afford to lose Jamar Chase at all this season? And I'm going to keep it 100. Jamar Chase is this team. Jamar Chase is this team. Yes, Joe Burrow is nice when he's out there. Yes, T. Higgins is nice. Yes, Drew Sample is nice. Yes, Mike Jageski is nice. Right? Zach Moss is going to be a nice addition. Probably upgrade from Joe Mixon, right? But Jamar Chase is the keys to the ignition. Hot and fret out the kitchen. If you know, you know. But Jamar Chase and the Cincinnati Bengals better figure out their contract real freaking quick. Real freaking quick. But Jim Powell says Higgins signed a franchise tag. Had like 700 yards last season, hoping for his bag. But he was a wrong guy to franchise. It should have been franchising Chase. So the problem with Jamar Chase is he's still on his rookie deal, right? Jamar Chase is what this is going into his fourth year. No, I'm sorry. This is 20, 21, 22, 20. Yeah, so he's going into his fourth year. So technically, he has 2 years left on his rookie deal, right? The lights just flashed, so we're going to probably lose power. So technically, Jamar Chase has 2 years left on his deal. He's looking for an extension on top of it, right? 3, 4 years, so the Bengals can lock him up for the next 6 seasons. The Bengals did the offseason right. They franchise tagged who they needed to franchise to really hold that core together, right? To hold that core together. T. Higgins. And Casey's like, yep, they have Higgins. And yes, T. Higgins reminds me much of like Brandon Ayuk for the San Francisco 49ers. Yes, they have Deebo Samuel. Yes, they have CMC. They have George Kittle. But Brandon Ayuk is the glue that kind of keeps everything together. When you had Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins was that guy that you knew was always going to be there and always lock it down. But losing Tyler Boyd is huge, right? Rest of the receivers besides Jamar Chase and Higgins are kind of unknown. When I was watching practice, none of the receivers really jumped out at me. Yes, they caught the ball. They ran really, really good routes against second-team defense. Only time will tell how good or how bad the Cincinnati Bengals receiver core will be without Jamar Chase moving forward, because he expects them to be out until at least week 1, if not holding in until the middle of the season. But Joe Burrow at practice looked nice. Looked pretty nice on Tuesday. They had a nice private practice on Tuesday, and I watched Joe Burrow pretty extensively. I wanted to see how he was going to recover from that wrist and see how the ball came off, see if he improved his arm strength, and just see him in general. And Joe Burrow, guys, talking to people out there, he has been perfect all camp. They have had 6 practices. They've had 1 padded practice last Tuesday with just shells and then just no equipment. Six practices they've been out there. Joe Burrow has not thrown 1 interception yet this camp. This offseason, this training camp, going into the 2020-24 NFL season, Joe Burrow has yet to throw an interception. Joe Burrow has been a complete perfect quarterback this offseason. Does that mean he's going to have an MVP season? Does that mean he's going to be comeback player of the year? Does that mean he's going to be reigning Super Bowl champion? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know what this tells me about Joe Burrow? Mr. Joe Cool that we've seen in years past. Mr. I'm going to push it down the field, throw it into double coverage and let Jamar Chase go get it. We see a different Joe Burrow now this year, guys. I think we're going to see a more conservative Joe Burrow this season. We are going to see a Joe Burrow that's going to probably rely on his defense and kind of throw the ball away more than trying to risk it, right? Granted, he's probably saying no biscuit, no risk it, or however you say it, right? But he did a lot of check down throws during the team. He did a lot of, I'm not going to throw it to you until I see you wide open type of throws. Granted, it was working against a second-team defense. Granted, it was working against a third-team defense. But Cincinnati Bengals fans, you should be worried. You should be worried that Joe Burrow is not 100%. You should be worried that Jamar Chase is holding in. You should be worried that Orlando Brown Jr. wasn't participating in practice. You should be worried about that Trent Brown wasn't participating in practice. You should be worried about that a lot. Casey said it best right here. His offensive line is the biggest issue. It is. They're injured. They're injured. Better watch out. John says the defense is poo-poo. That's why they have no interceptions. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Not wrong at all. But guys, that is it for the news that we have for the Cincinnati Bengals. So let's go ahead and jump right into it before we lose power because it is dark. My lights keep flickering. I think I'm on. So I do have a UPS. A UPS is an uninterrupted power source. So if the power does go out, I have time to gracefully shut down my computer and like whatnot. Everything seems to be going well right now. But just in case we do get a breakup or a hiccup, that is why, guys. So I just want to be completely transparent of what could potentially be happening here in a minute. But it is what it is. But the Cincinnati Bengals do, guys, open up week 1 versus the old mighty New England Patriots. The New England Patriots could be starting Jacoby Brissett, could be starting Drake May, could be starting, who knows, Jameis Wilson at this point. We don't know who the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots is going to be week 1, but it doesn't matter. I think the Cincinnati Bengals defense is much too good for the New England Patriots this particular week, and I think the Bengals win week 1, starting their season off 1-0. Week 2, they travel to Arrowhead Stadium. I believe, didn't Joe Burrow at one point call Burrowhead or something like that? I actually have a shirt that says Burrowhead. And then know your role, jabroni. But the Cincinnati Bengals going to Arrowhead. Kansas City Chiefs are going to be fresh off of a 10-day vacation after beating down the Baltimore Ravens week 1. And they continue that trend into week 2. And the old Cincinnati Bengals get beat down week 2. Chiefs win. And guys, the power just went out. I'm not going to lie. But here is my prediction for the Bengals for this season. I have about 3 minutes before the power goes completely out on me. I had the Bengals going 8-9 this season. I had the Bengals going 8-9 this season, getting hot for the first 5 weeks of the season with wins over the Patriots, Commanders, Panthers, and Baltimore Ravens. After that Baltimore Ravens win, the wheels kind of fall off the wagon a little bit. Then they lose to the Giants, lose to the Browns, beat the Eagles, beat the Raiders, lose to the Ravens, beat the Chargers. Going into the bye week, which is week 12, they're kind of like, shit, what do we do? After the bye week, they win one game and one game only, and that is because that is a home game versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, week 13, and then they end out the season losing to the Cowboys, Titans, Browns, Broncos, and Steelers in the season 8-9. 8-9, that's where I have the Cincinnati Bengals this season. Let me know, guys. Is that too high? Is that too low? Or is that just right? Earlier, I think I saw, John said 6 or 7 wins for the Bengals, so that's too high for him. Too high. Let me know, guys. Is that too high, too low? Bengals right now, 8-9 on the season. I got to cut the show short, guys, because we're out of power. Later. See you tomorrow. No, I got to shut down the computer.
Let's go.
And what is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Buckhouse here with the Man Hour. Be sure to manhourradio.com. Check out the merchandise page or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, if you're watching those over here at facebook.com or youtube.com, hit the like button and share this with a couple friends as well, because sharing is caring at the end of the day. This is live, raw, uncut NFL talk every Monday through Friday, 2:30 East Coast time, right here on said platform. Excuse me. If you're going to miss any part of the show whatsoever, you can check it out on podcast form. You can check us out over on Spotify. Words are tough today. Check it out on Spotify. Shortly after the show, about 4:30 East Coast time, bada bing, bada boom, it is up there. It is live, raw, and uncut. But, if you guys would be most inclined, subscribe to the channel. Become a pigskin pundit. Get yourself some free merch. Get yourself unlimited access to any NFL game that you want. But check out for the pre-show or after show or some film breakdown, because we do it all. But today, it is Thursday, guys. August 1st. Hall of Fame game is here. We got the Houston Texans taking on the Chicago Bears. We are going to continue our trek through the AFC North and continue our talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. The mighty Pittsburgh Steelers. We've already talked about the Ravens. We've already talked about the Browns. And we've already talked about the Bengals as well. Steelers are the only one left. And quite frankly, I think they're going to be a very, very, very good team. But Jim Powell, speaking of pigskin pundits, the CFO of the pigskin pundits, Mr. Jim Powell himself, give the guy his dues or recognition. This man started pigskin pundits. He says squeakquels are a decade away. Huge conflict at quarterback. One of them will not be there. We're going to talk about their quarterback controversy coming up here very, very soon. About 15 minutes about the Pittsburgh Steelers, about their quarterback potential controversies. What? Controversies? Yeah, about that. But first.
And now, Mike's thoughts.
As we get closer to the Hall of Fame game, we have to start speaking about the Hall of Fame. We have to start speaking about how many of these players on Saturday are going to be the new inductees into the Hall of Fame. We got players like Devin Hester and some other names that will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now, after that happens, the next round of 5 players do get elected into the Hall of Fame. So I was in a controversy. I was in a talk here with some other people from other podcasts. I believe it was Mike the Bears guy or some of that. Obviously a Chicago Bears fan. Doesn't really know about winning, but hey, we digress from that. But we got into a conversation, said that Eli Manning will not be a Hall of Famer. And I said Eli Manning definitely is a Hall of Famer. Eli Manning is a 100% a NFL Hall of Famer because of the 2 Super Bowl rings. Because of the 2 Super Bowl rings aspect. What do you guys do not know about this? But every starting quarterback in the NFL that has won a Super Bowl ring while starting for said team on Super Bowl, if he has 2 rings, he is in the Hall of Fame. If he started in the Super Bowl for that team that particular year and has 2 Super Bowl rings, he is in the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning has 2 Super Bowl rings. Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer. Whether you guys want to admit it or not, he's a Hall of Famer. 2 Super Bowl rings. He may have been above average, may have been below average, but he was always consistent to 2 Super Bowl rings. Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer. Get mad, get all you want, but the truth of the matter is he's going to the Hall of Fame. Those are my thoughts. All right, guys, so let me know down in the comments below. Do you guys think Eli Manning should become a Hall of Fame quarterback? Is he a Hall of Famer? Let me know your thoughts. Let me know your valid opinions. Because don't just say yes or just say no. Give me some reasons why. Why do you guys think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer? Well, we got Danny Hawker in the chat. He says, our brawl that happened yesterday made me want it all. Go Steelers, go Steelers, go Steelers. Danny Don Hawker, I know you a Steelers fan. I know you love you some Pittsburgh Steelers. By the way, thank you for being an anniversary follower. I see that number 1 there, man. A year strong. Let's go, baby. But I'm going to tell you something different about that brawl. Here in about 10 minutes, when we talk about potential starting quarterbacks for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving into this 2024 NFL season, let me talk to you about that brawl. We'll see there. We'll see it. Got my man Mark D in the chat as well. He says, what up? Join NFL experts here. Got my man Casey Morgan in the chat as well. He beat Tom Brady twice for his rings. That is all you need. In my opinion, he says. In my opinion, all you need. Beat Tom Brady twice. Play those dollar bills, yo. Put some hardware on the hand. He's in. James Frank says, Eli beat Brady twice. Give that man a jacket. Woo! Get that man fitted. When I was in this conversation with the Bears man, I think it's Mike the Bears man. I think that's what his show was called. He said, well, I said to him, I think the Hall of Fame's kind of starting to get watered down a little bit. He's like, what do you mean watered down? Y'all letting Devin Hester in. The Hall of Fame's letting Devin Hester in. What has he done? He had couple years of spectacular kickoff returns. Awesome. What did he do the rest of his career? Watered down. Does Devin Hester deserve it in the Hall of Fame? I'm going to say no. I think that was just a pity interest in there, right? I think that was just some pettiness, I should say, pettiness. But Hall of Fame game, guys, is tonight. We do have the Houston Texans taking on the Chicago Bears, and this is a preseason game that we're not going to see a lot out of, right? This is a preseason game that could be like, football's on TV, there's some betting happening, but is it really football? Is it really football? Is it really football? It is preseason. It is Hall of Fame game. We won't be seeing Stephon Diggs out there. We won't be seeing CJ Stroud out there. We won't be seeing Joe Mixon out there. We won't be seeing Caleb Williams out there. We won't be seeing DJ Moore out there. But what we will be seeing out there is a lot of backups. A lot of backups that are fighting for roster positions for these two said teams. So when we look at this Hall of Fame game, and I said, it's football, but whoever, right? Yada, yada, yada. What are we going to watch for, right? In this game, what do we want to watch for? What do we want to keep an eye on? You guys, you want to keep an eye on the quarterback position. You want to keep an eye on the quarterback position for both teams. You want to see who starts this particular game. Who starts this game will probably by default be the backup quarterback moving forward. For the Houston Texans, is it Davis Mills? Is it Case Keenum? Is it Tim Boyle, right? Whoever that backup quarterback is, get behind that man and hope he does well. For the Chicago Bears, is it going to be Taysom Bagent? Is he going to ball out again like he did a couple games last season? What we want to watch for in this game is the backup quarterback play. Why? Because if you are a pigskin pundit, we kind of discussed this a little bit on my way home from work. We basically said that, or I said that 28 teams last season started a backup quarterback. 28 teams started a backup quarterback last season. I looked it up. Of those 28 teams, 25 of the backups played more than one game. 2, 3, 4, etc. 1.5. More than one, right? They played 5 total quarters. Backup quarterback is a very valuable position in the NFL right now. If God forbid CJ Stroud goes down this season, the Houston Texans have Super Bowl aspirations. They have AFC South Championship. They have AFC Championship. All in their hindsights. They have a team built to make a run. CJ Stroud goes down. Can Case Keenum step up and carry the load? Can Davis Mills step up and carry the load? That is what we want to watch for in this game. Same thing on the Chicago Bears side. Obviously, the Chicago Bears have won 5 straight championships without Caleb Williams stepping a foot on the field. Obviously, the Chicago Bears have one of the best defenses in the NFL. From week 9 till week 18 last season, they were the number 2 ranked defense in the NFL. Not many people watched them because the Bears sucked at that particular point of the season. They got hot. The defense made some dollar bills, y'all, adding a sweat, right? The Chicago Bears quality guys have a really, really good team. But if Caleb Williams go down, how can Taysom Bagent step up? How can Austin Reed step up? How can Brett Ripon step up? Can they carry the load? Can there be a stopgap fill guy for Caleb Williams if he were to go down? Those are all things that we are watching for in this game. For first half, how can the backup quarterbacks perform? Also, I want to see how the backup running backs do. Yes, we know in Chicago, DeAndre Swift is the man. Yes, in Houston, we know that Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon is the man. Right now in the NFL landscape, guys, we're in a 2-back system. There are probably only 2 running backs right now in the NFL that don't need that second guy. One is Saquon Barkley, the other one's CMC. Everybody else, 2-back system, the way of the Rourkes, right? For the Chicago Bears, can Herbert step up and be that number 2 punch for the Chicago Bears? Yes, I know he has done it in the past, but DeAndre Swift is the guy. Can he understand his role? Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce should be a great 1-2 punch, but how are they going to gel? How are they going to mix in? That's what we're going to watch in this game. That is what we're going to watch in this game. So I got to ask you guys this question. Obviously, We want to watch some football. Obviously, we want to root for our teams, whether it's the Houston Texans or the Bears, or root for a sad team to lose. Hopefully the Houston Texans get their dick stomped in the dirt, whatever you want to hope for. What are you guys hoping for? What are you guys looking for in this game? Are you betting on this game? That's the real question. I saw the spreads -2 points in Chicago Bears' favor. Are you going to put $10 on the Chicago Bears tonight or the Houston Texans? Spoiler alert, if you are betting on preseason games, you have a problem. I just want to put that out there. You're betting on preseason games, you have a problem. I don't care if it's a part of a parlay or not. Preseason games is total shot in the dark, total luck. Total luck. The Bears is in the chat. He says yes. The Bears. Yes. We're watching for the Bears. Watching for the Bears, right? Casey Morgan says the only thing I would want out to watch of is how Caleb Williams would handle playing in the NFL. But we're not getting that. We are going to get that 3 other games. Chicago Bears fans, Houston Texans fans, NFL fans. We are going to see Caleb Williams in a preseason game. The Houston Texans and the Chicago Bears are playing in a Hall of Fame game. They still have 3 more preseason games they got to play. They still have joint practices. I believe the Bears have joint practice on Sunday. There's still a lot of training camp to see Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud strap it up this season. Still a lot. James says, well, they said CMC is going to get less carries this year, so they're going to have a 2-back system in San Francisco as well. True. Or Debo is going to carry the ball more. But yes, even CMC now is starting to slow down a little bit, and the 49ers are seeing the value of a 2-back system. However, if you're paying that kind of money to CMC and Saquon, they better be toting the rock, and they better be toting it a lot. Let's just be flat honest. They should be toting that rock a lot. A lot. Casey says, here's the biggest question. What is the point of the Hall of Fame game? That is a great question. I got to propose it to everybody out in the chat here. YouTube.com, Facebook.com, wherever you're listening to us. You can tweet at me at manhour_buck or hit us up on the Facebook page at facebook.com/manhour. What do you guys think the point is of the Hall of Fame game? Me personally, if you think about the Hall of Fame game, every freaking year at this stadium, something goes wrong. Whether it's the lights going out, right? Whether it's the turf being shitty, whether it's the stadium like falling in on itself. Basically, I think the Hall of Fame game is just satire at this point. Like, how bad can Canton, Ohio's high school football field, or I assume it's a high school football field, how bad can they mess up this season? Like, that to me, that's kind of what it comes down to, is how bad can they mess up this game this time? Only half the lights come on. There's potholes in the end zone. It's something. But beyond the extra game, beyond us getting excited for the ceremony to come Saturday, making a whole week-long spectacular, having people fly into Canton, Ohio, watching the football game, staying the night Thursday, spending some time in Canton on Friday, maybe going to the Hall of Fame, Saturday listening to the speeches, beyond making it a week-long spectacle thing, I think the Hall of Fame game is a complete waste of time. I'm going to be flat honest. I think it's a complete waste of time for average fans, for fans in general. Now, for players on said team, for the Bears and the Texans, if you are fighting for a camp spot, if you are the third string center and you haven't been getting very, very many camp reps, and then you come out in this Hall of Fame game because you were going to play because you're probably going to be cut the next week, and you ball out, all power to you, right? That is more reps for you. So basically, to answer the question, the point of the Hall of Fame game is for free agent players, low draft pick players to make their mark. For players that are on the outside looking in, make your mark. There are sometimes in practice, right? I have a couple of high school kids right now in practice. They are just not very good. I can speak that, and I've told them that. In practice, you all suck. If I didn't know how you balled in a game, you would never see the light of day. Some people just do not have the energy, the passion, or the know-how to step up in practice and ball out. I was the same way. In high school, practice, that is for the birds. Game time come, bada bing, bada doom, I'm balling out. College, had to work a little harder, right? But once the lights came on, the visors came on, the socks came on, it was like a different gear. Now, I understand that is probably why I never made it to the highest level. That's probably why I did not have a longer career in Canada. That is probably why I did not have a longer career on the indoor field. Was because my practice work ethic was shit. Get some reps in the game, I guess. The Bear says, I think Williams will be in the Bills game. He better be in the Bills game. Because that is game number 1. That's actually week 1, right? That's next Saturday, August 10th. He better be playing the Bills game. You will see the starters play in the Bills game for about a series, maybe 2. Second game, you'll probably see him most of the first half, maybe going into the second half. Third game, a couple series. Bada bing, bada boom, it is over. But yeah. James Frank says, so Debo will just get hurt quicker. Not wrong, I guess. Not wrong. Not wrong. James says, the point of the Hall of Fame game is a sideshow into the induction ceremony. Exactly. It is kind of like when you go to a Pot County Fair. Pottawatomie County Fair. Shout out to Kansas, to my hometown, baby. Right? The point is to go to the 4-H fair, to see the cows, to see the horses, to go see the rodeo, whatever. The sideshow is a softball tournament. But that's why we there is to see the softball tournament, to play in the softball tournament. But really, the main show is the 4-H fair, right? I get it. New York Football Jets. I had the video lined up, but it wouldn't let me play it. It kept blocking it. Because I did a little test stream before the show, see if it was going to get copyrighted. It copyrighted it and struck it down. But the New York Football Jets have got some inner fighting going on. Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers have been shown back-to-back days arguing with each other about routes, about checkdowns, about mixing up, right? There's some inner tension going on with the New York Football Jets right now. Now, there is such thing as good fighting and bad fighting. It was Hawker, right? Danny Hawker. He said he loved the Pittsburgh Steelers fight earlier today. Actually, yesterday. They loved that fight. We're going to talk about that fight, but that was a good fight. This fight between Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson is a bad fight. This fighting between Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson for the New York Football Jets is inner fighting. It's not brotherly love. It is basically saying, hey, do your job. I am doing my job. F you, F you. Of course, you're going to downplay it. Of course, you're going to be like, you guys are blowing too much into it. No. As a football coach, as a football player, we have seen this time and time again. We have seen this time and time again. When a quarterback expects something to be done this way, a veteran, a guy that's been crafting this offensive of scheme for many, many years, and then a new guy's like, nah, this is not the way. This is the way I do it. Do you guys remember, I don't know, what was like early 2004, 2006 maybe, ESPN had a thing called, it was actually called Pizza, had a thing called New School versus Old School. This was when Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith started the debate show thing. It started out like at 1st and 10, I think it was, and then it went into New School versus Old School, and then of course it evolved into first take and Undisputed and whatever, right? Basically, this is what we're seeing in New York right now. We are seeing Old School Aaron Rodgers expecting it to be done this way. We are seeing New School Garrett Wilson like, nah, we doing it this way, right? This is going to cause controversy down the road. Just like Stephen A. and Skip Bayless eventually broke up. Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp broke up. New school versus old school. This is going to cause a rift in the New York Jets locker room. Now, is it going to show his really very head right off the bat? Absolutely not. It will not show his very head right off the bat. But you lose 2 games in a row early. You lose 3 games in a row early. Finger pointing is going to start happening. Aaron Rodgers is going to get a microphone in his face. He's going to spew the wrong thing. Garrett Wilson is going to get pissed off. Bada bing, bada boom. Who do you cut at that point? Do you cut a future potentially the up and coming in as well, not even in his prime yet? The point of the matter is, guys, Garrett Wilson, I'm pointing the blame to you. Garrett Wilson, this infighting between you and Aaron Rodgers, I'm pointing the finger at you. I'm pointing the finger at that generation in general. I coach 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids. None of them have ever admitted they are wrong. None of them have ever said, you know what, my bad. We're seeing this in Garrett Wilson right now. Aaron Rodgers wants you to run the route this way or this way, right? Hey, when you see this, I want you to do this. No, man, I do it this way. Not like, okay, let's compromise, let's work it out. And if you see the video, you see in Aaron Rodgers' face, he is clearly frustrated. And like, he's like, haha, you know what, man? I got you, right? And Garrett was like, nah, fuck you, dog, right? It is totally different. This is going to cause a big rift in the New York Jets moving forward. Speaking of moving forward, Matthew Judon is back at work. Matthew Judon has been doing a hold-in. The hold-in is the cool thing to do now, apparently. But he actually had a great talk with the upper management with the New England Patriots and is back on the practice field. And he says he had a great conversation with the New England Patriots the other day. So when we look at the New England Patriots, we think the Patriots are going to be a pretty below average team. Many people in the chat that I see on a regular basis, the everydayers, the pigskin pundits, you guys having that 2, 3, potentially 4 wins. I'm a little bit higher on them. I have them at 6 wins, but still a losing season, still a down season to what New England is expecting. The reason that I have them at 6 wins is because of a player like Matthew Judon. It's because of their defense. I think their defense will ultimately carry them to at least 4 wins this season. So I got to ask the question. Let me propose this question to all you haters of New England or lovers, NFL fans, pigskin pundits. If Matthew Judon does not play for the New England Patriots this season over a contract dispute, then what? If Matthew Judon does not step on the field week number 1 for the New England Patriots, then what? What is going to happen if we don't see him? Me personally, I think the Patriots are now a 2-win team. If Matthew Judon is not on the field come week 1, granted, I think they're going to lose their first 6 games of the season anyways, him not being on the field puts a lot of pressure on Christian Gonzalez. Him not being on the field puts a lot of pressure on Kyle Duggar. Him not being on the field puts a lot of pressure on Marcus Jones. That secondary. Matthew Judon's a beast, guys. We have to talk about Matthew Judon with names like TJ Watt, like names like Myles Garrett, like names like Joey and Nick Bosa's. Matthew Judon is a top 10, top 5 walk-up outside linebacker / defensive end. He is that guy. He is that dude. There's a reason why the Patriots got him. There's a reason why the Patriots said, come on over, man. There's a reason why he wants to get paid. Because he knows he's worth it. But what do you guys think? If Matthew Judon does not step on the field for the New England Patriots come week 1, then what? I think it's a rest for the Baspy. Definitely 0-6 start. Definitely a long, long season. But guys, that is it for the NFL news for the day. Let's jump into some Pittsburgh Steelers talk. We have been working our way through the whole NFL landscape. We started in the East. We went to the South. We tinkled in the West. We tinkled in the North. And now we're in the AFC North. We've talked about the Ravens, Browns, and Bengals all week long. But today we're going to talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers. But before we go forward, we have to look back. We have to look back at the Pittsburgh Steelers playoff run from last season. In 2023, they had quarterback hell. They were a team that did not break 300 yards and was like 15 or 16 straight games. They were just not a very good, or it was 400 yards. They were just not a very good offense. But somehow, some way, they kept in there. They kind of snuck on the radar, finished the season at 10-7, winning three of their last four with wins over the Bengals, Seahawks, and Baltimore, with Mason Rudolph, Mitchell Trubisky, and Kenny Pickett all at the helm. They ultimately did have a wild card game versus the Buffalo Bills, number 2 seeded Buffalo Bills, and actually got thrashed 31-17. This offseason, they said, see you later, Mitchell Trubisky. See you later, Kenny Pickett. See you later, Mason Rudolph. Let's trade for Justin Fields. Let's bring in Russell Wilson on a $1 million deal. The new look Pittsburgh Steelers guys in 2024 could make a lot of noise. Could make a lot of noise. But with all their controversy, all the quarterbacks are gone. Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett, Mitchell Trubisky, all gone. Insert Justin Fields and Russ Wilson. All indications, all offseason thinks that Russell Wilson is going to be the starter. All indications like Russ is the man. Russ is the man. Russ is the man. Russ hurts his calf, strains his calf of doing some type of running drill. It's like a conditioning test to see where you're at. Strain his calf before practice even started. First 4 days of practice, no Russ in sight. Insert Justin Fields. Insert Justin Fields into the number 1. Justin Fields is looking like a top draft pick that he was. Justin Fields is looking like what he did in Ohio State. Justin Fields is looking like a freaking good-ass quarterback right now. However, biggest flaw with Justin Fields is he has great highs, but then he turns around the next day and has great lows. So when we look at the Pittsburgh Steelers guys moving forward, who do we think the quarterback is going to be in 2024? Who do we think week 1 NFL starting quarterback is going to be? Right now, Russell Wilson is still running with the 2s. Hell, Russell Wilson didn't even play with the number 1s at all during 11-on-11 in the scrimmage yesterday. Justin Fields did. Not only did Justin Fields compete, putting the ball where it goes, nice handoffs, did a nice quarterback play action draw in for a tutty. The offensive line is fighting for Justin Fields. Justin Fields got shoved in the back by Patrick Queen, I think it was. And here comes the lineman, and it's a big team brawl. They are fighting for Justin Fields. Guys, I think Justin Fields is going to be the week 1 starter for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think Justin Fields is the future in Pittsburgh. I think the offense likes the offensive coordinator on Arthur Brown likes him. They want to run the ball. They want to be nasty. Justin Fields can run those play action or those RPOs. He can scramble. He can get out of the pocket. Plus, he has a big arm to get it down to George Pickens, Deontay Johnson. Justin Fields, I think, guys, is going to be a week 1 starter. Week 1 starter goes to Justin Fields. And Casey Morgan says, isn't he suffering from a cold? All I've seen is how good Fields is doing versus Wilson. Russell Wilson, I have not heard is suffering from a cold. From everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, it's a strained calf. He is getting treatment during during scrimmages on his calf. He's consistently stretching it out. I mean, he could be sick, but that was also Lamar Jackson's always sick during training camp. So hopefully the sickness did not go across the state and from Ohio to Pennsylvania. I don't know where I'm going with that. But Yeah, I don't think Russ Wilson is sick. I just think he has a strained calf. James Frank says Justin will be a starter at some point. Like you said the other day, just start him. So what I said the other day is this right here. We talked about Russell Wilson and his calf injury. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday. We talked about it. James says Russell doesn't make it to week 6. Everybody in the chat, Russ is only going to start 4 games. Russ is only going to start 5 games. Russ is only going to start 6 games. I think 6 was the tops that you guys all said. And I said, if we all believe that, just start Justin Fields week 1. Put his ass in there and let him start. Let him eat. James, correct me if I'm wrong. James Chamberlain, didn't you say that the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to have a total of 8 losses and Russ was going to have 4 of them? If Justin Fields is only going to lose 4 games, put his ass in there. 13-4 is pretty nice, baby. Pretty nice. Casey says game 3 or games 4, Fields will start and Wilson will most likely be shipped to another team. The Broncos can pay him to be a backup there. When we look at the Pittsburgh Steelers schedule, guys, 3 of their first 4 games are on the road. I believe their only home game is versus the Indianapolis Colts, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up to make sure. No, the Chargers. I'm sorry. So they play the Falcons, Broncos, and Colts all on the road the first 4 weeks, and then the Chargers are at home week 3. So if a quarterback change is going to happen, it would be ideal to do it during a bye week. The bye week for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season is week 9. However, we've all heard it. They've said it many, many times on every sports media outlet that you have potentially could have seen, heard, or done, right? The Pittsburgh Steelers have the hardest back-end schedule of all of NFL. They play all their division games. They play the Kansas City Chiefs like on a Wednesday, right? They have a tough last 8 games of the season. So if the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to make the playoffs, like that's the question of the day, are the Pittsburgh Steelers going to make the playoffs? If they're going to make the playoffs, they have to win at least half of their games, at least 5 of their 10 games in the first half of the season versus the Jets, versus the Raiders, Cowboys, Colts, somebody, Chargers, Broncos, Falcons. They have to win 5 of those games. Right? So if you're going to bench Russ by week 4, week 5, week 6, just start Justin Fields. Start him week 1. Justin Fields has the most upside. He is younger. I think he's more athletic right now. He has pretty good football IQ. You have Russ as a backup, even better IQ. You have so much talent in that room. It is stupid. Justin Fields has the most upside, though. Most upside. John Switcher's in the chat. What's up, John? He says George Pickens is a top 10 receiver in the entire NFL with either quarterback. How about this, John? I'll do you one better. If Justin Fields is starting all season long, George Pickens is a top 5 receiver in the NFL. There's a reason why the Pittsburgh Steelers traded for Justin Fields. I think it was like 7th round draft pick. But either way, they traded for him. They picked up Russ off of the street. He was cut. Picked him up off the street. They went out and traded actively for Justin Fields. They wanted an open quarterback competition between a guy they're paying $1 million and a guy they gave a 7th round draft pick for. Battle out. Right now, Justin Fields, to me, is on top. Teammates are rallying around him. Teammates are fighting for him. He is having really good back-to-back practices. Now, Saturday or tomorrow, they have another padded practice, August 2nd. It could all come crashing back down because we said it. Justin Fields has extreme highs, but extreme lows. He needs to find that medium ground. His ceiling can still be high, but his floor needs not to be so low. Maybe Russ can help him bring him back that up. But yes, John is correct. George Pickens is a top 10 receiver in the NFL with either quarterback, with Russ or Justin Fields. I agree. However, the Steelers are going to run the ball a lot. Going to run the ball a lot. John also says Tomlin blew up the quarterback room to get Big Russ. He's rolling with home to a point of insanity, just like he did with Matt Canada. So Mike Tomlin blew up that quarterback room because he knew Mason Rudolph wasn't him. He knew that Kenny Pickett really wasn't cutting it. Mitchell Trubisky, call it what you call it. I think he got the short end of the stick by going to Chicago and them not signing him to a 5th year and letting him prove it, right? Put some weapons around him. But you have to understand, John, Pittsburgh Steelers picked up Russell Wilson off of the street. I believe 20 other teams passed on him. Finally came to the Pittsburgh Steelers, like, yeah, we'll take a flyer on him. They didn't trade for him. They're not paying him the same amount of money. They're paying him $1 million. Tomlin, the Pittsburgh Steelers, are not married to either quarterback, but they're married even less to Russell Wilson. At least with Justin Fields, they're paying him a little bit more. I believe it's $5 million or $6 million this season. They gave away a 7th round draft pick for him. So they're a little bit more invested in Justin Fields. So to say that he is going to roll with him to the point of insanity, just like he did with Matt Canada, I think that is completely false. I think we are seeing the Pittsburgh Steelers turn over a new leaf this offseason. I think we're seeing Mike Tomlin do something different. Mike Tomlin has been the staple of an average coach, right? Never a losing season in Pittsburgh. What they've done is they've always built through the draft and built within, right? We're going to draft this guy, mold him into what he wants and see where he is. This is the first offseason that I can remember where the Pittsburgh Steelers were active in the free agency realm. Picking up Patrick Queen, a big name guy, right? Getting Justin Fields. This is the first time they're picking and choosing who they want to bring to their team. I think Mike Tomlin saw the writing on the wall last season, and if he does not have a playoff win this season, he could see himself out the door. All you Pittsburgh Steelers fan, you should know it. How long has it been since the Steelers have won a playoff game? Since what, like 2012 or something? Over 10 years? Yeah, you guys make it. Yeah, you're winning a winning team year after year, right? What happened? But just getting there is not good enough anymore. Just being a playoff team is not good enough anymore. It is time to put some more hardware in that trophy. It is time to go for number 7. It is time to get yourself a franchise quarterback. Mike Tomlin is a hell of a coach. Top 3 coach of all time, top 5 coach of all time. I'm just pulling numbers out of my head, but he's a top coach. Never had a losing season. We get it. But it's time to win some games, and I think Justin Fields does that best for you. Preston Stafford's in the chat. He says, who? Who is the new starter? Justin Fields is the new starter, baby. Justin Fields, baby. Casey says, personally, I think the Steelers were desperate for a QB, and that's why they took Wilson. Especially since the Bears took a while to decide on Fields. So, Casey, I agree with you to an extent. Why I agree with you to an extent is, yes, they were desperate to get a quarterback into the facility, right? Because I believe at that point in time, they had no quarterbacks on the roster. Kenny Pickett had already been traded. Actually, no, Kenny Pickett was still on the roster because they traded Kenny Pickett the day they got Justin Fields. So Mitchell Trubisky may have still been on the roster too. Mason Rudolph was already gone. But to say they were desperate for a QB, I don't think so. I think they were desperate to get some type of veteran leadership into that quarterback room, right? Kenny Pickett has kind of been a trial by fire, was bench/hurt toward the end of the season. Mitchell Trubisky, he'll be a good backup. He'll be a good Chase Daniels. He'll probably win 3 or 4 Super Bowl rings as being backups. whether it's for the Chiefs, for the Bills, or whoever, right? I feel that Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers were looking for that veteran leadership to bring into that quarterback room. Not to necessarily be a starter, not to necessarily, use it as trade bait or do this, or this, but to mentor Kenny Pickett. And then when Kenny Pickett got his feelings hurt when they brought Russell in, they're like, you don't want to compete for a job? See you later. Shipped him off, to Seattle, right? Insert Justin Fields. I think that's the only reason why Kenny Pickett did get shit out of town was because he was butthurt because they brought in Russ. But I agree with you to an extent. He also says, or the other idea, they grabbed Russ to teach Fields to learn for a second season vet. Everything he didn't have in Chicago. This is very, very true. James says, Pitt is the only going to throw the ball 20 times per game. It's a perfect environment for Fields to succeed. I agree. Arthur Brown is going to run the piss out of the ball. Arthur Brown and the Pittsburgh Steelers and Najee Harris are going to eat a lot. The backup running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think his name's Warren. Let me look it up. Warren. Jalen Warren. When I was looking at top running backs in the NFL, Jalen Warren fell at number 15 per CBS. Najee Harris wasn't even in the top 20. I personally think Najee Harris is a top 10 running back. Yes, the Steelers did decline his fifth-year option. We'll be talking about that in like a minute. But the fact of the matter is, I think Najee Harris and Jalen Warren are going to get 40 carries a game. They're going to eat a lot. I've said it many, many, many times. The quarterback play in Pittsburgh just has to not to suck. Just has to not to suck. Am I even saying that? It sounds freaking wrong, but that's got to be politically correct, right? They just have to not to suck. James Frank says, slow it down, baby. Slow it down, baby. You need to know your road, jabroni, says James. Myles Garrett is going to eat this season versus Pittsburgh. He's going to eat. Listen, I think we are due for a great Pittsburgh Steelers versus Cleveland Browns clash this season. I think both of these games are going to be all-time classics, right? Freaking love it. John says, Mike Tomlin took us to 15 seconds to pick Kenny Pickett. We knew what we were getting. This might be the most informed draft pick since the draft started. Then he lied to Kenny. Big Russ was only signing with the team if he was guaranteed a starter. Tomlin never called Kenny. He found out from Mason Rudolph. Kenny called Tomlin the Tuesday after Tomlin signed Russell, and Kenny asked for a trade. Kenny was butthurt because Tomlin lied to him. Tomlin blew up that quarterback room. John, you are 100% correct. You are 100% correct that Mike Tomlin did blow up the quarterback room. I will concur with that. But he did it to better the team. Kenny Pickett didn't play the last 8 games of the season. Whether it's due from being benched or injured, whatever you want to call it. He was not starting for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mason Rudolph ultimately won the Pittsburgh Steelers enough game to make it into the playoffs. Third string quarterback, I might add. Went through Kenny Pickett, went through Mitchell Trubisky, just not it. Insert Mason Rudolph, got a little swag, got hot, won, 4 of their last 7, made it into the playoffs with a 10-7 record. If you are not leading me to the playoffs, Kenny Pickett, I do not warrant your opinion, right? Meaning, I'm not going to call you and be like, hey, by the way, we're bringing in Russ. You're going to have an open quarterback competition. Best of luck to you this offseason. I understand as a quarterback, you want to hear that. As a receiver, you want to hear that. A linebacker, you bring in somebody in to compete for my job, I would like to hear it. However, as a head coach, I am doing what's better for the team. I'm doing to win us a championship. And I do not have to tell you what I'm doing. Just like on draft night, my last thought in my mind, right? Atlanta Falcons, Kirk Cousins. Last thing in my mind is like, hey, Kurt, by the way, is it okay if we draft Michael Penix Jr.? Is that okay with you? I have 10 minutes. I'm not going to call you. Granted, offseason is a little bit different, but still. Casey says they have the defense. They just need someone to run the offense. At least a mid-level. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are those guys. Mid-level. Just don't suck, baby. That's all you got to do is just not suck. If they can do that, bada bing, bada boom, 11 wins, baby. Kenny didn't have that dog in him to compete. If you don't have that dog in you, period, I don't want you on your team. Guys, what are the Pittsburgh Steelers known for? When you think of the Pittsburgh Steelers, what do you know them as? You know them as a killer defense, steal curtain right, and run the ball down your freaking throat. And Big Ben just mowing people over, Cordell Stewart doing his thing, whatever. Hell, Terry Bradshaw doing his thing. Casey's right. Kenny Pickett just wasn't that dog. Kenny Pickett didn't bring that personality that the Pittsburgh Steelers needed. When I was prepping for today's show, watching Steelers camp, watching their practices, listening to interviews, right? There were players out there, the defensive player, the linebacker that started the fight. He said, reading between the lines, he basically said, I started that fight because I want to see what the old line had. I want to see if the old line had that dog in them. I want to see if the rookies have those dog in them. The offensive line is gnarly right now. The offensive line for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I wouldn't want to F with them. Myles Garrett might get pancaked a couple times for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. They nasty. They hungry. The last time the Pittsburgh Steelers were a nasty dog mouth, smash mouth football team, they had Pouncey at center. That was the year that Myles Garrett smashed Mason Rudolph's head in with the helmet. Ever since then, the Pittsburgh Steelers have been soft. Let's just be honest. They've been soft. What happened after that? They drafted Kenny Pickett. Is it a coincidence you get soft when you draft a quarterback that doesn't have a dog in you? Smash mouth football is what they're known for, says James. Exactly. Run it down your throat, baby. Get some. But we've been talking about quarterback play. And let's talk about potential trade bait. We know that the Pittsburgh Steelers brought in Russell Wilson on a $1 million deal. We know that they went out and traded and have more invested in Justin Fields. I told you guys that I think personally Justin Fields should be week one starter. I think he has outperformed Russ. I think he gels with the team better. I think he has a little bit more grit and a little bit more it in him. So we got to ask the question. With the grit, with the it, with the potentially being a backup, does Russell Wilson generate some trade talk? Does Russell Wilson generate some potential, hey, somebody, you need a quarterback? We have Russ. What are you going to give us? Guys, I don't think the Pittsburgh Steelers will trade Russell Wilson at all this season. There is absolutely no upside for them to trade Russell Wilson this season. Because the only way I could potentially see them trading is if he's a backup quarterback, which I think he will be a backup quarterback. He is more valuable to the Pittsburgh Steelers as a backup quarterback than a 6th or a 7th round pick. I would even go as far as a 5th round pick. It would have to be 4th or higher for me to even entertain the idea of trading Russ. Why? Because I'm paying him $1 million. Let me repeat that for the people for the 5th time today. I'm paying him $1 million to be a backup. Do you guys remember what I said in the opening rant? 28 teams last season started a backup quarterback. 28 teams. So if Justin Fields happens to go down for a game, happens to do this, happens to do that, insert Russell Wilson. Super Bowl winning backup quarterback? What? Slow it down, baby. Gotta remember what I said about Eli? Every quarterback that has a starting that has two Super Bowl rings will be in the Hall of Fame. I think if Russ plays a couple games this season, the Pittsburgh Steelers go to the Super Bowl, they win the Super Bowl, Russell Wilson's a Hall of Fame quarterback. Wouldn't mind that having it as a backup. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in a great position. Great position to win a lot of games this season with Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. There's no reason to trade Russ, guys. No reason to trade Russ. James says, well, maybe a midseason trade if another team's desperate. Yeah, it's going to take a desperate trade. 4th, 3rd, 2nd round pick for Russ. That is what it's going to take to get Russ away from the Pittsburgh Steelers. A fourth round pick or higher. 4th round pick or higher, then I'm considering it. Because if you look at the backup quarterback situation in Pittsburgh right now, the 3rd string quarterback is by the name of Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen is their backup quarterback right now. Believe this is the same Kyle Allen that was played for Buffalo last season, I want to say. I think he also played with the Chicago Bears like a little bit as well. But Kyle Allen, like what? How about 4th string? John Rhinus Pumlee. This is the kid from UCF, a rookie they drafted this season. Actually, it was an undrafted rookie. John Pumlee. What? Like, Russ is your best backup option. Casey said, Justin Herbert is stuck in a boot for 2 weeks after suffering an injury. That's all right. That's all right, Casey. They got Jim Harbaugh in his khakis and he's taking quarterback reps. They'll be all right. And James says, technically, Rush should have 2 rings, only if they would have given the ball to Marshawn Lynch. Give it to Beast Mode and you would have won. Oh, there's a lot of dumpster fires teams with QBs this season. The Raiders? Jim, where you at? The Raiders? How about another dumpster quarterback team? The New York Jets. I do know Tyrod Taylor is the backup, and if he wouldn't have had his lung punctured, he would have at least started in the Chargers for probably a season, at least. Russ to the Jets doesn't seem that bad. Russ to the Cardinals doesn't seem that bad. If Geno Smith struggles, back to the Seahawks. I know they have Kenny Pickett. I think Kenny Pickett's the backup in Seattle. Like, am I wrong? Pretty sure. I don't know. How about Russell Wilson to the Cowboys? That would be too bad. But this season, guys, I do have the Pittsburgh Steelers going 11-6. I have the Pittsburgh Steelers going 11-6, starting out the season hot. Going into the bye week, I think they'll be 7-1. I think they'll be going 7-1 going into the bye week, and then they will struggle toward the end of the season. They will only win 2 of their last 6 games with losses to the Browns, Bengals, Eagles, Ravens, and Chiefs. And ultimately getting their 11th win when they do beat the Bengals week 18. Let me know what you guys think. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be a really, really good team. This puts them at 2nd place in the AFC North, in my opinion, behind the Baltimore Ravens sitting at 12-6. I have them sitting at like 11-6, and they are a They are a 5th seed in the AFC playoffs. What do you guys think? Too high? Too low? Just right. Let me know. Until then, we'll see you next time. We out.
go.
Let's go. What is up, Man Hour Nation? Michael Boykosh here with the Man Hour Show, ManHourRadio.com. Check out the merchandise page or check out the blog section as well. But most importantly, check out the forum section. The forum section's over there. We can talk all the shit in the world that you want. And you don't have to be ashamed about what you got to say. You don't got to watch what you say. You got to care what you say. It doesn't matter because the forum's the only censorship is me. The man, the myth, the legend, myself, and there's no censorship over there. Let's just be honest. Let's just be flat out honest. Excuse me. But guys, this is Man Hour NFL Talk. We are live every Monday through Friday at 2:30 East Coast time, right here at Facebook time, and of course time. But last night, guys, we got some football. Last night, we finally got some football. The Chicago Bears represent, baby. The Chicago Bears take home the win. They are right now Super Bowl favorites. They're the only undefeated team left in the NFL. They're the only undefeated team left in the NFL right now that has played a NFL game. Chicago Bears in the moon, baby. Chicago Bears in the moon. But guys, this is the only live, raw, and uncut. This is the most interactive show out there, hands down, most interactive show. But today, we are going to continue our AFC North. We've already covered all the teams, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Browns, the Steelers. We broke down all their schedules. We gave you their win-loss record. But today, we're going to answer the four burning questions. That's the first four most burning questions out there that people have been asking and want to know the answers. But if you got a burning question, if you got a question that you want to know, if you got to know the answer to this question, post it down in the comment below. Just like my man Ryan just did right here. It says, Watson has the drip. The burning question. I don't know what the drip is. I guess I'm confused of exactly what the drip is. Like, drip, like he's got some ice on his neck or something. Someone just blew my eye. I don't know, Ryan. I guess he has the drip. Maybe he needs to go call the plumber and go down to Home Depot and get a new O-ring for his sink if he has a drip. I don't know. Does he have a drip? That's a grand question. Does he exactly have a drip? If he does, he needs to get that shit fixed. But if he has a drip, his water bill is going to go up. He needs to get it. He needs to get that shit fixed ASAP. My man James is in the chat today too. He says Bengals are going to take a step back. Ravens and Browns quarterbacks cost him. Steelers sniped the vision with Fields at quarterback. Whoa, slow it down, baby. James with the pew, pew, pew right off the bat. He says Bengals just suck. Get those Bengals out of there. We don't care about them. Ravens, Lamar Jackson, you trash. Deshaun Watson, you trash. Apparently Deshaun Watson has an STD. The Steelers, you start Justin Fields week 1, you win the division, baby. You win the division, says James. Listen, James, I like where your head's at. I like me some Justin Fields. If Justin Fields starts for the Pittsburgh Steelers week 1, I think they're going to win 11 games this season. I think they're going to shock the world and probably get a 5th seed in the AFC playoff picture. I think they might win a playoff game or 2, if not 3. Damn. Win the division? Slow it down, baby. Damn. My man WB into the chat. He says, what up, y'all? What's up? Jim Powell says, was there a ruckus Stiller? A ruckus at Stiller practice? There was a ruckus at Stiller's practice. I believe it was Tuesday. The linebacker Reynolds, I believe that's who it was, shoved Justin Fields in the back, gave him a little love tap. Justin Fields does a somersault, moving forward, bada bing, bada boom. Here come the rookie lineman, said, we ain't going to have that up in here. Get that shit out of here, they say. But we talked about that yesterday. Like I said, that is good for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is good for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got some ruckus going on at practice. We said it before. I said it yesterday. I actually just posted a clip about it, I think, just a little while ago. That this is a good sign for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They want to play that smash mouth football. They want to run it down your throat. They want to get the ball to Najee Harris and Warren, right? 30, 40 times a game. That offensive line's nasty ever since they drafted Kenny Pickett. They've been nothing but baby back bitches. It's back, baby. It's back, it's back, it's back. There's a ruckus. Of course, if there's not a ruckus at practice, you're probably not practicing hard enough. Let's just be honest. It's hot, 100 degrees outside. It's humid. It's August. We've been practicing against each other for over a month now. I'm tired of seeing your ugly ass face. If there's not a fight at some point in the training camp, you're doing something wrong. You are doing something wrong. We love us some good fights. And John Pebbles is in the chat. Speaking of Pigskin Punting, guys, click on the subscription button below. Become a Pigskin Pundit. You get free merch. You get access to all the NFL games that you want to watch. If you are a Raiders fan, but you live in Detroit, Michigan, and you want to see the Raiders taking on the Chargers, because we know that's not going to make national TV, but you're like, hey, let's watch some Raiders football game. Bada bing, bada boom. Put it up there. Anytime you want, you can watch it. Boom. Watch it live. Watch it video on demand. Do whatever you want, but you got to click on the subscribe button below. But John says the Ravens going to run the North. Says the Ravens are going to run the North. And right now, my poll's not working. Come on. Poll's not updating. But we do have a poll over here at Facebook.com of who wins the North. Me personally, I had the Ravens winning the North. James that had the Steelers? John has the Ravens. Who do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to win the North? And Ryan says, whoa, Steelers, baby. Steelers? Really? The Steelers? James says, we remember that song by Eminem called Drips. You know, I know we remember a lot of Eminem songs. I do remember the title of the name, Drips. I think, was that a D12 song? By the way, but I have to go back and listen to it. And our resident Ravens fan here on the Man Hour at Facebook.com/Man Hour. Hit that like button, guys, right now, and subscribe for a couple friends, and share this with a couple friends, I should say. He says Ravens will win the division, and the Steelers will make the playoffs. Cincy will finish in last place, and the Browns will miss the playoffs. And Ant, look what I got for you, man. Look what I got for you. I got the Ravens winning division at 12-5 this season, 4-2 in the division. I had the Pittsburgh Steelers sitting at 11-6 and 3-3 in the division. Excuse me. I had the Browns at 10-7, 3-3 in the division. And then I had the Bengals at sitting at 8-9, 2-4 in the division. And actually, I guess since we have covered all the AFC teams now, guys, I can tell you right now, I had the Bengals at the 2nd seed in the playoffs. I had the Pittsburgh Steelers at the 5th seed. And I had the Browns actually making the playoffs as a 6th seed. So 3 of the 4 AFC North teams yet again make the playoffs this season. This time, the Bengals find their way on the outside looking in yet again. So, Ant, we do agree. Of the order, we do have the Ravens winning the division, have the Steelers coming in 2nd place, making the playoffs, Cincy in last place, and Browns in 3rd place, but I have them making the playoffs, but you have them missing the playoffs. John says, what happens if Wilson starts game 1? We have been talking about this all week long. Everybody in the chat says Russell Wilson, I think the longest I've seen him going out is week 6. Mostly everybody in our chat all week long says Russell Wilson will be benched by week 4, week 5, week 6. If I remember correctly, let me pull it up just so I can, assure myself. The Pittsburgh Steelers bye week is week 9. So I think if they make a quarterback change mid-season, it will come in the bye week unless shit is just totally hitting the fan by week 5. Meaning they've lost to the Falcons, they've lost to the Broncos, they lost to the Chargers, lost to the Colts, lost to the Cowboys, right? Then at that point, going into week 6, I could see a quarterback change. You start the season off 0-5, shake up something, right? You got to do something. But if Russell Wilson does start the season, he will go till at least week 9, in my opinion. He will go to the bye week, judging off the front half of the schedule. It's favorable. It's favorable for the Steelers in the front half. So if Wilson makes it past that first 5 weeks, he's probably the quarterback for the rest of the season. However, I think Russell Wilson is a week one, or not Russell Wilson. Scratch that. Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields is a week one starter for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I have watched 3 of their practices, three of their padded practices. Justin Fields looks a hell of a lot better than he has ever in Chicago. Even when he was in Ohio State, you know, the man, the myth, the legend. My man Zen came in his freshman and sophomore year. Justin Fields was still there, right? Zen even said himself, like, this is the best he's ever seen Justin Fields look. Zen was a offensive lineman for Justin Fields. As a backup, he didn't start, but yes, Justin Fields looks great in practice right now. But we know the outcome of Justin Fields is he has really, really highs and really, really, really lows, at least in Chicago. Now, can those lows be a little bit not so low? I would take a little less highs from Justin Fields if those lows would come up a little bit, right? If he's more consistent. What makes you a top 10, top 5 quarterback in the league is the consistency, right? Game in and game out, you are consistent. You do have peaks and valleys, but those peaks and valleys are a lot closer, right? When you look at a quarterback like Mason Rudolph, his floor, oh my God, this kid was worse than a high school quarterback, right? But his peak, top 10 status, right? I mean, it just boom, 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 boom. It was just, he was so inconsistent week after week after week. But I do think Justin Fields does start week one. But if Russell Wilson does start, and he happens to get past game 5 by winning 3 of the 5, or even probably 2 of the 5, he starts for the rest of the season. James says, remember that game where the Browns had 9 sacks on Justin Fields? He's not built for the North. Listen, any quarterback that gets sacked nine times in a game, I feel like you're exaggerating, but probably not, because the Chicago Bears are trash. Any person that gets sacked 9 times is going to kind of be gun shy. Let's just be honest. Any offensive player that gets the bell rocked 9-10 times in a game is going to be a little shell-shocked. People keep comparing Justin Fields in Chicago to Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. Yes, I do understand it's the same quarterback, but when you look at Chicago, what real weapons did he have around him? Yes, he had DJ Moore last season. That first game, he threw for 3 touchdowns. Then the offensive line was shit for the rest of the season, right? The defense came on late in the year and made him look halfway decent. But Justin Fields in Chicago never really had a good coaching staff, never really had players like around him, meaning like it was him and then everybody else. Yes, got DJ Moore for a year. But beyond that, there was nobody around Justin Fields. Justin Fields had to be the man, the myth, the legend in Chicago. In Pittsburgh, he's just another guy. He's just another guy in Pittsburgh. I've said it several times here, right? Let me take off my watch. Getting distracted. I said it several times. Pittsburgh quarterback just has to be average. Just has to not suck. If the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback play just does not suck this season, they are going to the playoffs. They're going to win a playoff game. I'm a firm believer, even with Mason Rudolph, Mitchell Trubisky, or Kenny Pickett, as long as they had average quarterback play this season, they are going to do very, very well. 11 games, 11 wins, 10 wins is not out of the reach at all. Jim Powell says Watson needs 1 million cc of antibiotics and a wooden mallet. Jesus. Oh, y'all on Deshaun Watson, aren't you? Oh, Casey Morgan says the Ravens will win the North since he will be a wild card. Not so fast, baby. Not so fast, Casey. Not so fast, man. The Browns taking it this year, says James. I believe James is a Browns fan. Anytime I hear Browns and taking it all, I have to wipe my eyes and make sure I'm not dreaming. Cleveland Browns. Yes, I understand last year, y'all got, 10 wins last season, right? On your fourth-string quarterback, but got walloped in the playoffs. The defense definitely carried that team 100%. The biggest issue with the Browns this season is obviously the health of Deshaun Watson. Already hurt his shoulder the first padded practice of the season. Wasn't even a contact. He threw it 20 yards. The ball went about 20 and skipped into a net, and he walked off the field. You didn't see him for the rest of practice. Now you guys saying he has a drip. Not like a drip in his house, but like an STD drip. Apparently that's what the cool kids call STDs as drips. And then you have Nick Chubb coming off yet his second ACL injury. You have Newsome coming off a hamstring surgery. You have guy you guys got from Kansas City, Juan Thornhill, had his knee scoped this offseason. Yes, I know it's just a routine procedure, whatever, but still. Anytime you put a foreign object in your body, that raises some concerns. I do like the Browns defense. That is strictly why I have them winning 10 games this season. Is not based off their offense, not based off of Amari Cooper's $25 million guarantee that he has now, right? Not based off of Deshaun Watson or Nick Chubb or Jerry Jeudy, all off that defense. The Browns could take it this year. Yes, I give you that. They could. A win here or a win there, bada bing, bada boom, that's 12 wins. That's going to win the division probably. I think 12 wins wins the division. They could easily do that. But I don't have faith in Deshaun Watson. I just don't have faith. Boss Man's in the chat. What's up, Boss, from the YouTube channel? He says 49ers Super Bowl. I doubt it. I'm just going to be honest. I doubt it. 49ers run is over. Brandon Ayuk wants out. Debo Samuel's going to run the ball more. Therefore, I think Jim or John said he's probably going to get hurt earlier this season than later, right? Christian McCaffrey, they're not going to let him touch the ball as much because they want to conserve him till the postseason. That's going to hurt them in the long season. Brock Purdy's got some money issues. He can't afford his rent anymore, so he's going to want like a $257 million deal. 49ers run is over. Russ sucks, though. But Russ doesn't suck. Even if Russ does suck, he's still better than half of the league. Sorry, boss man. That's just the way it is. James says, it's looking like Fields is going to win the job in camp. I agree. Looking at the rest of the chat here. Check chat here. John's in the chat. What's up? He says, I vaunted Ravens only one game above the lonely Steelers with no clear starting quarterback. And they have a league MVP in Lamar Jackson with all the passing accolades and legs. Then they added Derrick Henry. So, John, are you saying you do not like that I have the Baltimore Ravens only winning 12 games when I believe they won 12 games last year? Lamar Jackson got better. Another year in that Todd Monken offense. The addition of Derrick Henry, you don't like them at 12 wins, and the Steelers at like 11. You have to realize the Pittsburgh Steelers have the best defense in the entire NFL. Entire NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers probably have the best defense. It's going to be fun to watch the AFC North. I am glad Hard Knocks is there. It is going to be able to fun to watch them. Enzo, what's up? They're in the chat as well. Matt Henry's in the chat as well. Good afternoon, sir. And I saw something about a great looking jersey. You know, you got to bust out the old Mac jersey every now and then, especially when the Bears win. So you can probably see this maybe 2 more times for the rest of the season, Matt. I don't know. James says, I think some of those lows can be attributed to the organization in Chicago, a meaning for Justin Fields. So I said Justin Fields has extreme highs and extreme lows. James like, hey, maybe it's coaching. Maybe it's the organization. Maybe it's the culture in Chicago. Maybe it's trying to force the ball where it doesn't belong because your team sucks so bad too. But it is. NFL game predictions in the chat. What's up, that? What's up, Mike? He says, what about Josh Allen? What about him? What about Josh Allen? Josh Allen is definitely a top 5 quarterback if you're talking about top 5 quarterback. Josh Allen is probably the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL. But the Buffalo Bills will never win a Super Bowl with Josh Allen as currently constructed. The Buffalo Bills will forever be a 13-win team with the first round exit. The Buffalo Bills are the Kansas City Chiefs of the early 2000s or early 2010s with Alex Smith and when Andy Reid first came in. Hell, with Trent Green and Herm Edwards, right? They can get 12 wins. They can get 13 wins. Hell, they can get 14 wins. But playoff game, shit. The Buffalo Bills need a new coach. That's all I'm going to say about that. Needs a new coach. Abra, what's up? I'm sure I'm saying that name wrong, but welcome to the chat, man. Welcome. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bam, bam, boom, boom, boom. But topic number 1, guys. Burning question Friday here, AFC North edition. If you guys got any questions about the AFC North, we've been talking about AFC North all week long. Let's end the week out with the AFC North. And when we look at the AFC North, I think it's going to be a very, very competitive division all season long. As I have the Bengals only winning 8 games and the Ravens winning 12 games, there's a 4-game separation there that, one team gets hot, one team gets not. The whole thing can flip around. I think it is the AFC North is the most wide open, most competitive, most convoluted division, hands down. So when we ask the question, who has the most to lose this season in the AFC North? And I think the question or the answer is very, very obvious. When you look across the AFC North, what team has the most to lose? What player has the most to lose? And that is on one team, and that's the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens this season in the AFC North have the most to lose. Lamar Jackson has the most to lose in Baltimore. What do I mean by that? When it's a lose-lose situation for the Baltimore Ravens this season, this is what I mean. Everybody's expecting the Baltimore Ravens to make it to the Super Bowl AFC Championship game. Everybody is expecting Lamar Jackson to be another MVP candidate. Everybody is expecting for them to win 12, 13, 14, 15 games this season. Everybody is expecting them to win the division. If they do those things, well, you're supposed to do those things. What are you patting yourself on the back for? Now go win the big game, right? Yes, let's say they do win the North. Yes, say they go to the AFC Championship game again, but they don't make it to the Super Bowl. Most teams making it to the AFC Championship game is a successful season, but they're expected to be there. So therefore, that's a bust. But what if they get second place in the division? Let's say Lamar Jackson has, quote, an average year, not an MVP candidate. Let's say they get knocked out in the first round. Be like, oh, what's going on? I thought Derrick Henry was the answer. I thought Lamar Jackson was the GOAT. I thought this, and this, right? I think, truthfully, that the Baltimore Ravens have the most to lose this season. They're expected to be here, and if they get just here, it's a lose. If they get down here, it's a loss. If they get down here, it's a loss. If they're here, meaning make it to the Super Bowl, well, you're expected to be there. It's about time Lamar Jackson stepped up and played in January. It's about time that your defense stepped up and played well in January. It's about time John Harbaugh isn't just a regular season coach. The Baltimore Ravens guys have the most to lose this season. Very little to gain, most to lose. Who do you guys think? What team this year in the AFC North has the most to lose this season? My vote personally is the Baltimore Ravens. John says Lamar got better. quotations with the question mark, Henry makes them better. That's what people are blouting about. I call bullshit, he says. If Henry is there to take a runs away from Lamar, leaving Lamar to throw the ball with a big eyes emoji, then they're going to go 9-7. Steeler gang all day long. So, John, let me piggyback on what you have to say. I have been one of the biggest Lamar Jackson critics. Many people say I am a Lamar Jackson hater. I am a, quote, a player hater. With that being said, the reason why I am critical of Lamar is because of his passing ability. When you watch him just sit in the pocket and pass the ball, he's not very good. He is a below average pocket quarterback. What makes Lamar Jackson great, MVP level, and effective quarterback is being able to roll the pocket, roll the ball, roll out, and throw the ball downfield on the run. And usually he's pretty accurate when he does that. Or the ability to scramble for 60 yards and act like he's just jogging, right? That is what makes Lamar Jackson so effective. And I have to agree with you on this, John. When you add a power running back like Derrick Henry, that thought process right there tells you that Lamar Jackson is going to probably get the ball out of his hands more. Meaning Derrick Henry is going to take a lot of the bulk of the carries, right? Lamar Jackson, really no more design runs. No more of this, no more of that. However, I think it makes him more effective. Because previously, when you ran a RPO, whether it's J.K. Dobbins, Justice Hill, Keaton Mitchell, whoever, right? When they ran the RPO to those players, you saw the linebackers flying outside. We don't really need to worry about them. We'll just worry about Lamar. Basically, the defensive lineman had the running back. That was their key. Everybody else was keying Lamar. Lamar Jackson probably kept it about 80% of the time anyways. Now, if you have a back like Derrick Henry in there, if you do that same formula, we want to take the ball out of Lamar Jackson's hands. Linebackers are going to fly up, force them to give Derrick Henry the ball. Derrick Henry is fast enough. Derrick Henry is big enough. Derrick Henry is agile enough. If and when he gets past the defensive line, he is taking it to the house. Linebackers are bailing. Safeties are bailing to stop Lamar Jackson. You got corners one-on-one with Derrick Henry. Didn't we see Richard Sherman take a stiff arm to the face and Derrick Henry planted him like 15 yards back? Like, get out of here. As I see what you're saying, John, and I concur with that. If Derrick Henry is 80% of the 2,000-yard Derrick Henry, the Baltimore Ravens are going to win 12 games. However, if he's not, taking a step back, falling off the cliff, 60%, it could be a long season. It could be a long season. John thinks it's the truth. He also thinks, John Pebbles thinks, most to lose is Bengals and Joe Burrow. Why do you think the Bengals and Joe Burrow have the most to lose? I mean, they didn't make the playoffs last season. The previous season, they made it to the playoffs, but they got beat, right, by the Kansas City Chiefs. The year before that, they did make the Super Bowl, but lost. Are you saying the Bengals potentially have most to lose because their Super Bowl window is shut right now? Jamar Chase is holding out. Let's not talk about that, right? Sorry, holding in. People aren't talking about that, but Jamar Chase wants those dollar bills, y'all. He's holding in. I was at Bengals camp. I sat there and watched camp. I physically watched him stand on the sideline and sign autographs for 2 hours. Not one pass was caught. Not one route was ran. Not one conversation with Joe Burrow was to be had during practice. as far as Joe Burrow most to lose, I mean, when's the last time he played a full 17-game season? That's the real question. I don't know, but I can see why you say the Bengals have most to lose. Super Bowl window shut potentially. I don't know. Am I barking up the wrong tree, John? Am I 100% off track on this? Let me know. WBN Ravens man himself says Lamar will not be throwing the ball more with the addition of Henry. We are still a running team. Been a running team for over 2 decades. With Henry in the backfield, it will open up the field for Lamar Jackson to get this 15, 20-yard runs. The passing game as well. Yes. I mean, I concur with that. I concur with that. James says Lamar is the most overrated quarterback in the league. That is facts. He got gift wrapped to MVP last year. He didn't deserve it. Lamar Jackson is a very rated overall quarterback. Overall quarterback, Lamar Jackson is overrated, and he's middle of the pack. If you break it down by pocket quarterback, the worst in the NFL, probably. If you look at a rolling out quarterback, definitely top 5, right? Definitely top 5, top 10 easily. Rushing quarterback, 100% he is number 1. I feel, James, you are correct. I think Lamar Jackson is overrated only because of fans. So let me explain to this as the reason why I think Lamar Jackson is overrated, just like James here, is because people put Lamar Jackson up on this pedestal. He cannot do anything wrong. When the Baltimore Ravens win football games, Lamar Jackson did great. Lamar Jackson did this. Lamar Jackson did that. Yada, yada, yada. He's unstoppable. MVP. Yes. But when they lose, oh, we need some more receiver help. Oh, the running game sucks. Oh, the defense was injured. Was this. It was never Lamar Jackson's fault. It's always he needs this. He does this. The team sucks. The coaching sucks, whatever. But when he wins, oh, Lamar, you are Jesus, baby. You're God. That's why I personally think he is overrated. James Frank says, what about Tomlin in Pittsburgh? I think the fan base and organization are tired of winning those 9 and 8 seasons. So you're saying they have the most to lose this season? See, and potentially, that is my topic number 2, is who has the most to prove this season. Because when you look at the AFC North, there are some players that have a lot to prove this season. Pittsburgh Steelers potentially have a lot to prove this season. Fan base, just like you said, James, we're tired of being just good enough. We are tired of being 8 and 8. We're tired of being 9 and 8. We're tired of being a first-round lost playoff team. I still haven't looked this up, but when was the last time the Steelers won their last playoff game? I feel like it has been forever, at least 15 years, since they have won a playoff game. I'm 100% wrong on that, but it's been at least 8 years, has it not? Since they have won a playoff game. Yes, they go to the playoffs a lot. They go to the playoffs, but they're happy to be there. They're happy to be there. But personally, the most to prove this season in the AFC North has got to be Deshaun Watson. I think Deshaun Watson this year in 2024 in the AFC North, he has the most to prove. Why? Because last year, the Cleveland Browns made the playoffs without Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson played, a total of 6 games last season, right? And they still made the playoffs. They literally took a quarterback off of his couch, was tying his shoes, and the phone call said, hey, you want to come and play quarterback? He's like, sure. Flack around and find out. I think the old cue was. And a lot of teams flacked around and they found out. They found out how good that Chicago Bears defense is. They found out how good that Cleveland Browns offense could be. They did not have Deshaun Watson. They did not have Nick Chubb, and they still put up 20, 30 points in there every game, except is like it seemed like. Deshaun Watson has to prove himself this season. He has not played a full NFL season since 2019, I guess 2020. 4 seasons, he has yet to play a full 17-game season. We have not seen him in the playoffs since 2019. We have not seen an MVP level Deshaun Watson since 2019. He got paid a lot of money and hasn't done shit. He hasn't done shit. He hasn't done it. Let's just be honest. Who do you guys think? Who has the most to prove in the AFC North this season? I got a lot of comments to get caught up on guys, and I definitely am going to miss some, and I apologize for that. I want to be upfront about it. But WB Ant talk about Lamar Jackson, says he's 58-19 as a starter with 2 MVPs in 7 years. Sounds pretty good to me. The only knock on Lamar is his playoff record, and he hasn't won a Super Bowl yet. But what other quarterbacks that have won a Super Bowl, that's still the league besides Mahomes, Stafford, and Rodgers. And you make a very good point. You make a very good point, but I gave you the reason why I think Lamar Jackson is overrated. A lot of it has to do with the fan base, not you in particular. It's those diehard Lamar Jackson fans, mostly from here in Louisville, Kentucky, that thinks he can do no wrong. Simple as that. The Bears is in the chat again. What's up, the Bears? Do you think Patrick Mahomes is overrated? I do not think Patrick Mahomes is overrated. I do think Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback, though. Not a bad thing. I am a Chiefs fan right there. Chiefs Kingdom, right, baby? Chiefs are my team. If Patrick Mahomes would have went to the Chicago Bears, he would have ended up just like Mitchell Trubisky. A backup somewhere, probably. John says, have a great weekend, all, and always remember, Raiders Nation for life. John, have a great weekend. We'll see you soon, man. James Frank says, most definitely I agree with Watson. Are you a Bears fan? I'm not a Bears fan. I am not a Bears fan, but my wife actually got me this Khalil Mack jersey. It's when Combs and I were doing our was doing the show, and I think it was like a friendly bet, and I had to wear a Bears jersey or something. I can't remember for sure. But 2016 was the Steelers' last playoff win, exactly 8 years ago. Thank you, John or James. John says, so the Ravens brought Henry in to free up Lamar to take him longer runs. Well, that makes sense. It doesn't really make sense, but it makes sense all at the same time, right? Double-edged sword. Floppa420 says, I don't like gingers. Well, I don't like goldfishes, so get that shit out of here. Who the fuck cares? And this is about Deshaun Watson, about Ant says, he says, facts. He has done nothing since he got that check from the Browns. Come to think of it, ever since he's been on the Browns, I think he's played a total of 12 games. Because he came to the Browns in 2021, right? Was injured most of that season. No, he wasn't injured. He was suspended for the whole massage thing, right? Then he was injured, come back, got injured again. He's just been bad. James says, Watson has had glimpses last season, but then he got hurt. He needs to stay healthy and ball out. I believe he can. Let's see him in preseason. When I saw the first day of padded practice with Deshaun Watson, and he threw that ball, and he grabbed his shoulder after a 20-yard pass that didn't even go 20 yards into a net. It was just a lob pass, right? I'm worried about him. I understand the surgery that he had on his shoulder. It's a very routine surgery. My wife is a nurse, and one of her best friends is a orthopedic. I was talking to her about it, and very common surgery. The healing process, like on that's almost always 90%. could be a 10% chance right there that he needs to go have surgery again. The Bear says, who do you think is going to the Super Bowl this season? Well, as a Chiefs fan, I'm picking the Chiefs. No, from the AFC side of things, since we broke down all the AFC teams so far, the only division now that we have left is the NFC South. I had the Chiefs at a 1 seed, Ravens 2 seed. The 3 seed is the Miami Dolphins. The 4 seeds, the Titans. 5 seeds, Steelers. Browns are 6, and Colts are number 7. I think we're going to see a non-home team wild card go to the Super Bowl, whether it's the Steelers, Browns, or Colts. If I'm a betting man, I'm putting money on the Steelers. I do like the Steelers this season. I like them a lot. James says the only reason why Watson come back so he could cover those lawsuit payments. Those are paid, and he's ready to ride off into the sunset. Ant says I got Titans win the South. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Where were you at last week, Ant? I got the Titans at 10-7, winning the division. I had the Colts at 10-7, getting second place. Texans at 9-8. They're actually on the outside looking in of the playoffs as an 8 seed, and I got the Jaguars at 7-10, 12th seed currently. Next topic. AFC North gives them burning questions. It's Friday, guys. Relax, have some fun. It's Friday, baby. What is the biggest what if in the AFC North? When we look from team to team to team, what team has the biggest what if? We've talked about the Bengals, about potentially they have the biggest lose-lose situation. We've talked about the Ravens. They could potentially have the biggest lose-lose situation. Who has the most to prove? I think it's the Deshaun Watson. The biggest what if in the AFC North, me personally, I think it's got to come out of Cincinnati. The biggest what if coming from Cincinnati is on the offensive side of the ball. Potentially, they could have a high-flying offense. Potentially, they could not miss Tyler Boyd, right? Or not, yeah. Is it Boyd that they lost or Higgins? They could potentially not be missing Tyler Boyd. They could potentially not be missing Joe Mixon. The biggest what if in Cincinnati, hands down, is what if the offensive line is healthy? What if the offensive line can protect Joe Burrow? What if the offensive line can open up holes for Zach Moss? What if? The biggest what if is coming out of Cincinnati, and that is what if the offensive line is healthy? I think if the offensive line is healthy 100% in Cincinnati, those 8 wins that I have this season for them right now could potentially turn into 10 wins. Could potentially turn into 11 wins. The biggest what if is the offensive line. What if the offensive line is healthy? What if they're not? What if Orlando Brown Jr. and Trent Brown are not 100%? What if they're 50%? The Bengals could be a 5-win team. Joe Burrow could get sacked again in the first half of the season and get hurt again. That's the biggest what if. What did you think of the Hall of Fame game? I think we've seen some sparks. I think we've seen a lot of good catches. We saw the new kickoff rule, and people are pissed off about it as far as the Hall of Fame game. I overall thought that the Hall of Fame game is overrated. I think the Hall of Fame game is kind of like a waste. And I think people are getting hyped about stuff that really doesn't matter. What is it? Taysom Ripken, right, for the Bears. He threw 3 tutties. Cool. You're playing against people that are going to get cut next week. It is what it is. Last topic of the day, guys. It's been a long week. Giving you guys, 8 hours of NFL talk. Solo here, talking a lot of AFC North. But we got to have the question. We got to ask the question is who has the most upside in the AFC North this season? What team, what player has the most upside this season? Douglas, I see you, big man. I see you. Well, I will cover your Jaguars comment here in like a minute. But what team in the AFC North has the most upside? And I was thinking about the Cincinnati Bengals. If that offensive line can get healthy, they have a really good shot of winning 10 games. The Cleveland Browns, they have a really good shot of winning the division. Right? Lamar Jackson has a really good shot of being back-to-back MVP. But the biggest upside in the AFC North this year, guys, is Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I put Russell there because everybody in this chat right here thinks he is going to be benched at some point during this season. Whether it's week 5, whether it's week 4, whether it's week 6, you all think Russell Wilson is going to get benched this season. I think Justin Fields is going to start week 1. So we have no expectations for Russell Wilson to do anything at all this season. And that is the most dangerous players ever out there. The players that aren't expected to do shit and they just go out there and they just have fun. Hey, you think I'm going to be benched by week 5? Fuck it, I don't care. Fling the ball all George pick and go. Go, right? Russell Wilson could, I'm not saying he will, he could have a MVP season. No pressure on him to succeed. Everybody thinks he's going to get benched. He comes out week 1 and he balls out. Always just against the Falcons. He balls out week 2. Always just against the Broncos. Balls out week 3. Always just against the Colts. But then all of a sudden, they've been playing shitty teams, but then he goes out there and beats the Ravens. Goes out there and beats the Browns. Goes out there and beats the Bengals. All of a sudden, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins. Russell Wilson's quietly throwing 300 yards every game. Najee is eating 2. All of a sudden, we are looking at, Russ is an MVP conversation. Russ has 4,000 yards passing. What just happened? Russell Wilson, guys, easily has the biggest upside for the NFC North or AFC North this season. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers, biggest upside this season. The last 12 years, right? I don't think they've broken 10 wins. They retooled, they reamped, they upped an already great defense that added Patrick Queen to add to that great defense. Najee Harris is on a contract here. He's going to be balling out. The Steelers said, you know what? We're not going to worry about your 5th-year option. We're going to scratch it all off the table. This is your final year. Year 4. Prove it to us, baby. Russell Wilson playing on $1 million deal. Justin Fields, a 7th-round draft pick. Most upside is Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers as a whole. Who do you guys think? Who do you guys think has the biggest upside in the AFC North this season? Let me know. JG is in the chat. Says, cheers from Canton, Ohio. I live 10 minutes from the Hall of Fame. Welcome, JG. Let me ask you this question, JG. Since you live 10 minutes from Canton, 10 minutes from the Hall of Fame, do you go to the Hall of Fame? Do you go there on a regular basis, or have you just been once and like, yeah, it's cool? The reason why I asked that, because I'm from Kansas. In my hometown, we had a museum called the Oz Museum, right? The Wizard of Oz. Because everybody says the Wizard was Oz was based out of Kansas, right? So therefore, we have this Wizard of Oz museum. Like we have all the memorabilia, the house. We have a bunch of crap, right? Bunch of crap. Personally, I have never been. Not my cup of tea, right? And to be honest, I feel like if I lived in Canton, like the hype, the aesthetics of going to the Hall of Fame would be like, yeah, I've been there once. Cool, right? Now, since I don't live in Ohio now, I live in Indiana. I want to make that a destination trip to go to Canton, to go to a Hall of Fame game, to see the ceremony. I'm just curious. Just curious. Douglas, welcome to the chat. Douglas, be sure to hit that like button. He's a top fan too. He says Ravens take it this year. Bungles are the wild card. Douglas, I do have the Ravens taking it this year. I had the Bungles in last place, missing the playoffs. Ant says, let's not forget Burrow is also 7-11 against the AFC North. Holy shit, I did not realize that. What? 7-11 versus division opponents? What? Damn. James says Justin Fields could possibly become the franchise quarterback in the pitch in the next decade. I agree with that 100%. I think Justin Fields is the future in Pittsburgh. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be the next highest paid quarterback. I'm not saying that. No. Do not put those words in my mouth. I do think he signs a modest contract with the Steelers, whether it's 4 years, $100 million, 4 years, $120 million, maybe like a Daniel Jones type of deal. What's that? $60 million. But I think we could see Justin Fields in a black and gold uniform next 10, 15 years. 100%. James, I agree with you. And John says, Russ is going to cook. Taylor, who? We got Sierra, baby. Sierra is way, way cuter than Taylor. Not going to lie. Casey says, I am happy. Casey says, I am happy since he doesn't make it. F those Bengals. Browns and the comeback player of the year, Nicholas Jamal Chubb, says James. James thinks the Browns are winning the division and Chubb is going to win the comeback player of the year. James, let's just say, let's be devil's advocate here. Let's say the Browns do win the division. 12, 13 wins. They're balling all season long. Deshaun Watson plays 17 games. Nick Chubb plays 17 games. What would be a more sexy comeback player of the year? Would it be Nick Chubb or a player like Deshaun Watson? If they both have similar, let's say career years, right? Let's say they both have career years. Nick Chubb and Deshaun Watson both have career years for the Cleveland Browns. Browns win the division. That award's going to Deshaun Watson. That award is going to Deshaun Watson because quarterback sells. Sex sells. Quarterbacks are sexy. It puts him on this redemption tour of getting past the massages, getting past all those sexual assaults, getting past all the 28, 30 lawsuits, right? Puts the NFL in this good light now. Like, hey, he has redeemed himself. He is better. He has gone to I'm sure they'll put some type of beautiful story on it. Their running back, Warren, says Ant, is a diamond in a rough. Najee better watch out, and I agree the Steelers have the most upside with all the new additions. Fields, Rush, Queen, Jackson, and Patterson. So, Ant, I can concur with that. So when I was prepping for the Steelers show last night, or two nights ago, I went to CBS.com and I was like, I wonder where they rank Najee Harris in the top 20 running backs, right? Najee Harris wasn't ranked in the top 20 running backs. Personally, I think Najee Harris is a top 10 running back. He averages 4 yards a carry, 1,100 yards a season. I think he's a solid running back. They had Warren, was it Tyree Warren, I think his name is? They have him as a top 10 running back in the league. CBS does. NFL.com, ESPN.com, NFLtoday.co, which is my website, but I pull it from an API. They all have Warren as a second string running back. So to be a diamond in the rough, if you guys are fantasy football owners, Tyree Warren is a player that you probably want to look out for. I think you are spot on. I think you are spot on. James says max deals will be the thing before Fields has a chance to get that big bag. The problem, James, is this is Fields' final year on his contract. Russ is on a 1-year deal. Justin Fields is both on a 1-year deal. So to keep Justin Fields, you're going to have to pay him $100 million. Probably the same thing for like Russ. John says Chubb's season ended week 3. Chubb's season ends week 3 this season. That's a factory of sadness for y'all. Ugh. James says Browns playing future at all their games if Rush is a starter. Isn't Future the rapper Sierra's ex or diss track or I can't remember, but I don't get in that shit. But yeah, I get it. Aaron stays healthy. He's going to get it. Comeback player of the year. So James thinks Aaron Rodgers gets comeback player of the year if he stays healthy. I don't think that's as sexy as a pick, though, right? I don't think that's sexy as a pick. Douglas says Chubb versus Henry twice, right? Right? Like, do you remember a couple years ago when the AFC West had Justin Herbert, the next Patrick Mahomes? We had Patrick Mahomes, high-flying cheese offense, Derek Carr, and then they had Russ, right? Like, oh, it's going to be epic quarterback battle. It's going to be so awesome. That kind of flunder, right? I was like, Now, look at the AFC North. Nick Chubb, Derrick Henry, you have Najee Harris, you have Zach Moss. Running back you in the AFC North. Hopefully this doesn't fizzle out. I would love to see a lot of angry runs, a lot this season in the AFC North. But guys, that is going to be it for the week show. We've had a great week, covered AFC North across the board. Started in Baltimore, worked our way down to Cleveland, over to Cincinnati, back over to Pittsburgh, broke down each and every game, except for Bengals. We had a rainstorm on Wednesday, right? Knocked out the power. But if you guys have missed any part of the show this week, Saturday morning, 9 a.m., tomorrow actually be 8:30 a.m., starting a little half hour early because they got a football game at 9 o'clock. We're going to replay the whole week for you guys. Starting Monday all the way to today, we're playing the whole week for you guys on Saturday. So Danny's like, damn, I missed it. No, you didn't, Danny. No, you did it, baby. Tune in tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. East Coast time. I'll play the whole week for you. Also, check it out on podcast form over at Spotify. Simply search Man Hour NFL Talk. Bada bing, bada boom is right there. Until then, see you guys next week.